All right, guys, welcome back to the channel. Welcome back to the stream. Welcome if you are new. Thank you guys so much for joining me today. And thank you, as always, for waiting patiently for the intro to finish up there. I was seeing people in my chat saying Snox, time to talk about the Snox news. And I kept seeing this and I'm like, what the hell are people talking about, man? Like, is there some kind of inside joke I'm not aware of? And turns out it was me. It was my fault. I didn't realize that I had misspelled Xbox in my thumbnail. So yeah, that was I should have known, I should have known. It's definitely me. It's my fault. I should have known. But yeah, appreciate you guys joining me today. I hope everybody is doing well. Matt York says, I was so confused. So was I, Matt. I'm glad we figured it out, though. We figured it out together. But yeah, we have some topics to go over and discuss today. We're talking about the Horizon multiplayer and how this Horizon multiplayer game is seemingly much bigger than we thought. This is what Jason Schreier's revealing. And Michael Cintron comes in to start the show today, dropping a 10 bomb on you guys.
Holy shit.
Michael Cintron not playing any games today. He's like, let's get the day started off strong membership-wise, dropping 10 membership gifts for you guys. Michael, thank you so much for that, man. W's in the chat. And we also have Irate Volcano actually re-upping their membership at the same time. So Irate Volcano, thank you so much for that, man.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Good stuff. Before we could even dive into the topic rundown, we got 11 members to start the day. I'm sure you can see behind me, by the way, my stuff came in. The disk drive and the stand. I'm ready for the Pro. My God, man, I didn't realize how pale I look in this lighting. I have my overhead light on because it's like actually pretty dark and gray outside today. And holy shit, I look so pale. I didn't notice this before, but thank you guys. Let me update that. Yeah, if we hit the 25 member goal, we will feed the beast. Boss is going to be very happy that we already are so close. But yeah, we're talking about Horizon today. See, Boss is already here. This Horizon multiplayer game is way bigger than we thought it was. We're getting a little bit of inside information. Relax, Boss. I know. Come here. Come on. Boss is trying to decide if he wants to jump up here or not, so we're going to be talking about that. We're going to be talking about how, according to an insider, probably the most reliable insider in the industry, according to them, Xbox is a disaster right now. Xbox is a complete disaster. We're going to talk about those comments and what's going on there. Let me see. We have a couple of other topics as well. We're talking about Death Stranding 2 briefly. We're talking about a new Siren game, potentially, or at least that's what some fans are speculating. And we have a couple of bonus topics as well that we might go over towards the end of the stream. But yeah, this is what we're going to be discussing, generally speaking, today. There, boss. Use your using your cat tower. All right. So yeah, before we dive into any of these topics, again, I just want to thank you guys for joining me today and for supporting the channel. I also want to make sure to give a big thank you and shout out to any viewers who can't catch the streams live but still watch the streams afterwards. I appreciate that viewership. I want to ask you guys to take a moment to just hit that like button to help the stream out. We're already sitting at 73 likes, so I appreciate it, man. Appreciate all the likes you guys have been dropping on the streams. It's really been helping more than you know. So continue to hit the like button. to help with the algorithm. I want to let you guys know just a couple of ways you can support the content, the community, and the channel directly. We are completely fan funded. I'm only able to produce this content because of this amazing and generous community. You guys make it possible. The first way is become a channel member. You gain access to exclusive perks. You gain access to the members lounge. You gain access to exclusive gameplay streams. And you also gain access to things like emotes and whatnot that you can use in the chat. If you're already a member, the second way is by gifting memberships like Michael Cintron did by dropping 10. A lot of people really appreciate those membership gifts, and it gives them access to some of this member exclusive content. And the third way is you can consider dropping a super chat, ask a question, give an opinion, make a statement, anything in between. It helps. And there's a fourth bonus way where at the top of the chat, there's a direct donation link that I see more and more of you guys are starting to utilize. You can leave a chat just like you would a super chat, except 100% of what you donate goes to the content creator. So yeah, those are the ways in which you can help support the channel and the community. And as I said, we are totally fan funded here. So thank you guys so much for making this possible. And we have Delwyn Jones coming in with a generous super chat. He says, "Hi MBG, Death Stranding 2 clips last night." And I was like, wow. And even though I'm not a big fan of that franchise, I saw and bought the physical disc for $30 for the Death Stranding director's cut at Curry's today. My lord, it is amazing. The details, the game, or you're saying the details in the game, Death Stranding director's cut on PS5 is astonishing. Yeah, I'm glad you decided to pick it up, Delwyn, because I didn't watch the entirety of the Death Stranding presentation last night because, well, truthfully, I couldn't understand anything that was being said. I couldn't understand. You know, I thought that there was going to be like a translator or whatnot, but there wasn't, which I guess makes sense because it would have been like nearly impossible to translate everything that was being said. But yeah, I did see a couple of the Death Stranding clips. I'm surprised. I was expecting to get like a gameplay demonstration or a full-blown trailer, like gameplay trailer or something, but they seem to be saving that. It was pretty sparse with the new Death Stranding footage that they released. People seem to be pretty impressed with the photo mode. Oh, there was a subtitled channel? Oh, man, I didn't know that. Okay. Well, that totally messed me up then. Yeah, I watched it for like 10 minutes. I'm like, I literally don't know anything that's being said right now. So I'm just going to dip and see what comes out tomorrow morning. But Delwyn, that's awesome. That's awesome that you decided to pick up Death Stranding. I hope you end up enjoying it. It is one of the best looking games. I don't think enough people kind of like pay attention to the fact that Kojima Productions delivered, I think, one of the best looking games last generation with Death Stranding. But they definitely did. And I have no doubt that Death Stranding 2 on the PS5 Pro is going to just look unbelievably good. So, Delwyn, you have to let me know, man, as you continue to play the game, what you think of it. I do hope you enjoy it. It can be a little bit difficult to kind of, you know, really nail down at first, but what? Hold on, let me rub my eyes. Am I seeing this correctly? Oliver. Oh, dude, it's Oliver Opfer, dude. He comes in. Holy shit. Oliver Opfer coming in with a straight up, just basically a $500 donation. More than that, like $550 donation. Holy shit.
Holy shit.
That is wild. 500 euro donation. Unbelievable. Oliver says, "Happy early birthday, MBG. I'm excited for Game of the Year this year. There's no outstanding game this year, or rather a lot of good games, and maybe there are some special announcements." Oliver, what do you know? Tell us, Oliver. What do you know? God damn, though. That's unbelievably generous, Oliver. Thank you so much for that, dude. That is wild. W's in the chat for Oliver Opfer here. And yeah, he says, "Happy early birthday." My birthday is actually tomorrow. So you remembered, Oliver. Thank you so much, man. That's crazy. I just can't believe the generosity, man. This is what I mean with this community. When I tell you guys that you are the sponsors of the channel, the individuals who are dropping direct support and direct donations, and on occasion, crazy amounts like this. It really is what makes all this possible. So believe me, man, believe me when I tell you that you guys are the ones that make this happen. And I just was not expecting that. Oliver, thank you so much. You mentioned here you're excited for Game of the Year. There's no outstanding game this year, or just rather a lot of good games. Yeah, I do notice that as well, Oliver. It does seem like 2024 is one of these years where when you ask somebody like, what's Game of the Year? What do you think is going to win Game of the Year? I mean, it's not like people don't have some of their answers locked in. I do see people saying like FF7 Rebirth. I've seen other people saying like, even like Astrobot, but yeah. And Oliver coming in with 20 membership gifts as well. Oh my God. Oliver. We got to give boss all the treats now. Oliver comes in and drops a 20 bomb on top of his 500 euro donation. That is mind-boggling. This is not the first time Oliver has done this, man. Wow. That's staggering though, dude. Every time he does it, it blows me away. I think Oliver, he does like a quarterly or he does like an occasional mass donation to the channel, and I really appreciate that, man. That is, I was just saying the other day how my dryer broke. And Oliver's like, here you go, bro. I got you covered. We'll make sure you get a new dryer. That's so awesome, dude. So just like that, Oliver dropped 20 membership gifts as well. That brings us up to 31 members on the day. Holy moly. We do have to feed the beast. I do wonder, though, Oliver, looking back at your super chat here. Yeah, it may as well be a showcase today. We'll have to do reps, too, I guess, at the end of the stream. I do wonder what other surprise announcements, or as you say, special announcements we might get, because, I mean, Sony did just do their State of Play, and they definitely had a surprise announcement at the end with Ghost of Yotei, but I don't know. Right after that State of Play, Shinobi 602 was kind of teasing. He's like, Sony's got more. They got more lined up for 2025. And we do know that December does officially mark the 30th anniversary. There is going to be the Game of the Year awards, and that's obviously a place where a lot of developers like to reserve their game announcements, or that's where they like to have them occur, because, I mean, let's face it, the Game of the Year show, it amasses millions upon millions of viewers. So Jerry A also comes in with a super chat saying, Oliver is a beast. Oliver is a beast. Boss is like, please give me my food.
Boss, do you read me? It's time to feed the beast.
It's time, boss. Already. Oliver did it for you, bro. Oliver and Michael Cintron made sure you were going to get fed nice and early. So here we go. I got to finish these ones up. These are the backyard cookout. Here we go, bro. Gave him a little extra there. Enjoy, boss. Courtesy of this community. They love you. They love you so much. Wow, that's crazy, dude. It always takes me a couple minutes to recover from a donation like that, because it just comes out of nowhere. Oh, man. So, let me update this member goal. So we have October coming up, and October, I mean, for me, the two games I'm really eyeing up for October have to be Until Dawn and Silent Hill 2 Remake. I think I'm more excited for Silent Hill 2 Remake, but then we go into November, and there seems to be quite a few releases in November, but I don't know if it's just me. I was looking at the month of November, and I'm like, I don't know that there's a lot of games in November that I'm necessarily looking forward to. But one thing I do notice is that I don't know if it's just me, and you guys tell me if I'm like just totally off the mark on this one, but I feel like there is a noticeable amount of like games missing for like January. Well, actually, no, I am off the mark on this one. There are quite a few games I think lined up for February, but I guess what I'm trying to say is like between now and the end of the year, there seems to be a pretty good chunk of time left for developers to announce games or release dates for games that are going to be coming between January and March of next year. And so I suspect, like, as we, again, go through the October, go through November, and make our way into December, I suspect we're going to start hearing more about some of these games. Yeah, Lego Horizons coming in November, Metro Awakening. I got to look over the list again. I've lost track at this point. I've fallen behind and lost track. Yeah, Metaphor. I know people are looking forward to that. Slitterhead. I keep forgetting about Slitterhead. Kyle Say Stuff says, very strange question, but would you like your kids, how would you like your kids to handle video games, and what you'll do if your kids in the future want to play some PlayStation games? That's not necessarily a strange question. Well, I do have a son, for those who don't know, and he's a little over 3.5. Actually, he's very close to being 4 years old at this point. So he is definitely into gaming right now. And we actually just got his, yeah, time does fly. It's crazy. You got to appreciate the moment, man, because I don't know where the time goes. I do not know. But speaking of gaming, like, we just got him his Halloween costume yesterday. And you know what he wanted to be for Halloween? He wanted to be Sonic. He just, over the last couple of days, he was super into Astrobot. He was basically obsessed with Astrobot. He was playing it, and he was really fascinated that he could unlock trophies. Like when he was playing it on PS5, and he would do some stuff and some trophies would pop. He was really fascinated with that. But then he came across Sonic, and I forget, he's playing some Sonic PS4 game. I gotta get the name of it. But he started playing it, and when we went to go get his Halloween costume, he's like, "I want to be Sonic." And man, he looks so damn adorable in it. It's crazy. He's got the 2 rings as well, and he was wearing his costume yesterday. He asked if he could wear it. He was wearing it. He was running around the house as Sonic. Yeah, and he was literally saying that. He's like, "Sonic, gotta go fast." Sonic says, "Gotta go fast," and he's just like zipping across the living room. And I'm like, "This is what it's about, man." It was really cute. So he's happy with that, but I notice he's really starting to get into a lot of these different games. Like he likes Mario. He's into Nintendo. He recently got into Astrobot. Now he's getting into Sonic. So, I'm just kind of like, I want him to just gravitate towards whatever appeals to him, whatever makes him excited and interest him. He does play some games on the iPad, but all the games he plays on the iPad are like educational games. Although I think recently he did ask to play, what's that Mario? I know there's a Mario game, a Mario Kart game on iPad, which I think like Nintendo charged us like 50 cents to make a child account or something. And Mrs. MBG was just like, what? Why are they charging us 50% or 50 cents to create a child account? It was so weird. I was like, that's Nintendo. I'm not surprised. But put him on a strict diet of 90 plus Metacritic, bro. Yeah, but he's definitely been getting into gaming and, just naturally gravitating towards it. And I'm just, I want to make sure, this is why I do want to get a Switch too. And, I want whatever he seems to have an interest in, I want to just kind of flow with it, Obviously, I want to introduce him to stuff that I'm into, but a lot of the stuff I'm into now is for like, it's more mature themed and stuff and whatnot. So when he gets older, I'll see if he kind of starts showing any interest in that type of stuff. Yeah, he'll have an Xbox centric YouTube channel in the future. How funny would that be? Kane Z7 says months without games are good. Got to clean the backlog. Yeah, I agree. Already falling a little bit behind already. But yeah, I think there's going to be some, I think after November and maybe the first couple weeks of December, there's usually like that kind of window, 2 to 3, maybe even 4 week window where there's not a whole lot coming out. Gives you more time to kind of catch up on stuff. But yeah, seriously, just before I dive into the first topic of discussion here, just want to thank you guys once again. I mean, it really is very humbling. I'm sorry if I sound like a broken record. I'm sorry if it seems like I'm just spending too much time thanking the community and thanking those who were donating. But what a wild way to start a stream. Just not expected, you know? So I just want it to be known that I very much sincerely appreciate what you guys do for me, my family, the community, and the channel here. But I do want to talk to you guys about some new information that has come out about Horizon, specifically Guerrilla Games, but the Horizon multiplayer game. And this is, it's not like the most shocking thing, but it was a little bit surprising because I think a lot of people have kind of been wondering, like, all right, well, Sony has clearly pivoted their shift somewhat, right? Where they were all in with live service multiplayer. And then we heard about The Last of Us multiplayer getting canceled, Insomniac Spider-Man multiplayer getting canceled. And then we saw what happened with Concord. And now we're hearing, we've been hearing like bad news about Bungie and Marathon and whatnot. And overall, just it seems like most of it outside of like Helldivers 2 just really wasn't working. Maybe like outside of Helldivers 2 and what was already established with like Gran Turismo 7 and MLB, outside of those three, it just seemed like the direction Sony was trying to go in and then really trying to go all in with live service, it just wasn't working out. But one of the games that didn't get canceled was the Horizon multiplayer game. And this is a game that we've been hearing about for 4, 5, 6 years now. It's been that long. This game has been in the works for a very long time. And maybe that's not that surprising when you consider the fact that the original Horizon Zero Dawn game, and I don't know if a lot of people maybe are unaware of this, but the original Horizon Zero Dawn game, Guerrilla Games made it known that they wanted to have multiplayer. They wanted to have like a co-op multiplayer aspect of the game, but due to certain development reasons, they weren't able to make that happen. So there was always this idea from Guerrilla Games from the beginning that they wanted to have some kind of multiplayer / co-op element. And so it's not too surprising that they that their multiplayer game didn't get canceled because, well, Guerrilla is a multiplayer studio. You know, they were known for making the Killzone games. And so what we're learning about this Horizon multiplayer game is essentially that there's a lot more going into it than we thought. Like, do you remember when we talked about The Last of Us multiplayer and how we constantly talked about Naughty Dog expressing that this is a big project? This is a full-blown AAA standalone multiplayer game set in the world of The Last of Us. Well, basically what we're hearing, and I'm going to go over the info in just a second here, what we're hearing is that essentially that's what this is this is a big AAA effort for Horizon, but multiplayer. And so this is coming from, well, I have a report from Push Square. Push Square says Bloomberg journalist Jason Schreier has appeared on the Spawncast, where he got caught up in a conversation about Guerrilla's current plans. There's obviously quite a lot of Horizon on the way this year, with Horizon Zero Dawn Remastered coming October 31st and LEGO Horizon Adventures slated to follow on November 14th. But what will come after those two? Horizon Online is their next product, not the third single-player game. He says so that one might be a ways off. He continued by saying PlayStation's live service initiative was no joke, everybody was like, it's live service games all around. Horizon is one of the few ones that hasn't been canceled and hasn't come out and flopped the way Concord did. And so, yeah, a lot of questions, a lot of people are working on that. It's probably worth noting or worth adding some context here. To the best of our knowledge, Horizon Online has been in development since around 2018, when Killzone veteran Simon LaRouche returned to the Dutch studio to lead production on a multiplayer game. That means this project is probably close to completion. It says here Horizon Forbidden West, meanwhile, released in 2022, so its single-player successor is likely in early pre-production. It makes sense, then, that the bulk of Guerrilla's development forces would be focused on the multiplayer game right now. So it says here, no doubt these comments will cause all kinds of hand wringing, from those allergic to the idea of online multiplayer games, but it's worth remembering Guerrilla has a rich history in multiplayer and did originally consider co-op features for Horizon Zero Dawn. So let me read you the entire quote here from Jason Schreier, because it was a little bit broken up in this article. So when talking about Horizon, Jason Schreier says, quote, and their plan, I mean Horizon Online, is their next product, not the third single-player game. So that one may be a ways off. Yeah, I mean, like Sony's PlayStation Live Service initiative, it was no joke. Everybody was like, it's live service games all around. Horizon is one of the few ones that hasn't been canceled or hasn't come out and flopped the way Concord did. And so, yeah, a lot of questions. A lot of people are working on that. That's exactly what Jason Schreier had to say. And what makes this so interesting is that this Horizon game, like I said, if you listen to what he's saying, he's basically saying that everybody at Guerrilla right now, or like a lot of people at Guerrilla, and Guerrilla's a huge studio. I think they have 300 plus developers at Guerrilla. They're like all working on this multiplayer title. So what this tells me is that the next game we're going to see revealed from Guerrilla is not going to be Horizon 3. It's going to be this live service game, but it's going to be a very, very big deal. It's not going to just be like a kind of like, oh, here's just a little bonus thing we're doing. Because I'll be honest with you, when I saw what happened to The Last of Us multiplayer and it getting canceled, and I heard that Insomniac's game was canceled, and then we saw what happened with Concord, I kind of just thought to myself, well, maybe they just didn't cancel Horizon because they're like, well, maybe it's too far along in development and it's not worth canceling it. And it could just be like a kind of bonus thing, right, that we just have Guerrilla put out there. But it seems like that's not what they're doing. It seems like Guerrilla is all in with this game. This is going to be something that I think they're going to really try to make work and make it like a staple live service title. And I do want to put this out here as well. For those who have been following this Horizon multiplayer game for some time, we did see a piece of concept art that leaked out a while ago. It was actually back from 2020. So it's like 4 years ago. A lot could have changed. Maybe they completely overhauled it. But the thing that people kind of noticed with this art style for this Horizon multiplayer game is it looked a lot like maybe something like Genshin Impact or Fortnite. Like it just kind of had this cartoonish aesthetic. And it's going to be really, really interesting to see how Guerrilla ends up revealing this and how it ends up being handled, because yeah, that's another thing I don't quite understand. You're saying it could have been the MMO with NCSoft. They did announce that they entered into a partnership with NCSoft. And so they are working on some kind of MMO-esque Horizon game. What I don't know is if these are two separate products or if they're the same. Like essentially Guerrilla, like the main team at Guerrilla is working on the console/PC version of this multiplayer game. And maybe NCSoft is working on the mobile version, or maybe they could be working on the mobile and PC version, but it's essentially going to be the same game across the board. But one thing we do know, you're saying they are two separate products? Okay. Man, that's even crazier the more I think about it. So we're going to like two separate Horizon multiplayer games. Well, the more I think about it, the more it seems to me that this is something that Guerrilla and Sony have a lot of faith in. And I'm not saying that automatically means it will be good, but I will say that when we think about the Horizon universe, I think a multiplayer game in this universe is kind of an easy win. I'm going to be honest. Um, if they choose to go with a cartoonish art style, I think that's going to be an L. Personally, I just I mean it's okay. Like I will still see it and see how it is and see how the gameplay is what's going to matter. The only reason I say the art style would be an L for me is just because when I think of Horizon, I don't think of like cartoonish graphics. You know, I think of actually the opposite. When I see, for example, when we saw the Horizon Forbidden West and Horizon Zero Dawn PS5 Pro analysis videos, I'm like, yeah, that's what I think of when I think of the Horizon universe. But it is going to be an online game, and it sounds like it might be pretty ambitious. So if they had to maybe change the art style in order to make it work, and especially to make it work across multiple platforms, I can understand that. But I just hope it's I hope it's not something that looks like ultra generic or something like that. You know, there's always kind of that worry, I guess, with those types of cartoony art styles. Kyle Say Stuff, you're saying, did you see the TGS Death Stranding 2 footage? It looks amazing, and I wish there are more games with Guerrilla's engine. Can't wait to see how this game performs on the Pro. I did, yeah. I saw the clips of Death Stranding 2 that came out, and it looks amazing. You know, I actually do have a piece of information here I want to go over regarding Death Stranding, and we're gonna go over that in just a minute. But I've been saying that for some time. I've been saying that the Decima engine, I mean, every game that's released on the Decima engine has looked incredible, and it's only gotten better and better and better. And now that the PS5 Pro is getting very close to launch, a lot of people are paying closer attention to the analysis videos that Digital Foundry is putting out. They're paying closer attention to what developers have to say, which we will talk about. And generally speaking, people seem to be starting to kind of coming around to the idea that, okay, maybe the PS5 Pro is not really playing around here. Like maybe it's actually going to do more than we suspected it would. But most importantly, developers are already kind of tackling it in a meaningful way where they're getting a lot more out of their engines. And Decima engine, if you watch that most recent Digital Foundry analysis on the PS5 Pro games, it seems like what Guerrilla Games did may have been the most impressive. What was fascinating, though, and I will tell you this about Guerrilla specifically, is they were saying that what we were seeing on the PS5 Pro was not actually using PSSR. That's super interesting to me. They were saying what we were seeing on the PS5 Pro is actually a new, I guess, kind of bespoke, I know it's a word that Digital Foundry loves, type of rendering technique that Guerrilla came up with. And they said that they're going to utilize that rendering technique in future projects. So they weren't actually using PSSR. And that's very fascinating to me because it makes me wonder if maybe they would share this technique with maybe like Kojima Productions for Death Stranding 2. But yeah, dude, Death Stranding 2 looks incredible. I have to admit, I was a little bit let down that we didn't see gameplay yesterday. I thought for some reason that this was going to be a gameplay presentation, but I guess maybe my expectations were just misaligned there. But I will talk more about Death Stranding 2 in a little bit because I have more I want to go over. When they add ray tracing, it will be lit. I see what you did there. But I guess just to kind of continue this topic and close it out, because I don't want to go on and on about the Horizon multiplayer game, just because there's still so little we know. But what I'll add to this is people have been saying for like a long time now that a Horizon multiplayer game can essentially be Sony's Monster Hunter. And I feel like they're totally correct about that. And this is what gets me excited, not super excited, because I'll admit Horizon, as much as I like Horizon, it's not in like my top 4 or 5 truthfully. Like, I really enjoy it. That's not a bad thing. I'm just saying it's like, there are other PlayStation franchises I like a lot more than Horizon. But the one thing I've always really appreciated a lot about the Horizon series is the fact that it really does have one of the more interesting, unique, like, open worlds, thanks to the machines. I mean, I like the story and the concept of it's like, you know, it's like way in the future, but humans have been set back like thousands of years. But the combat and facing the machines in Horizon has always been very unique. And I feel like they're going to have to change quite a bit, obviously, to make it a multiplayer experience, especially if we're going to have, like, you know, different classes and whatnot. But I essentially could see Sony turning Horizon into their own Monster Hunter-esque type of game, where I don't think like we're going to get multiple. My assumption is we're not going to get like multiple iterations of this Horizon multiplayer, where like when you look at Monster Hunter, we get multiple games, multiple iterations. I think we're still going to get multiple Horizon games, like Horizon. At the very least, we're going to get Horizon 3. It's worth noting, even though we're talking about the multiplayer game and we're talking about how it's very big, it's apparently very ambitious, bigger than we thought. It's worth noting that Guerrilla has confirmed like they are going to close at least Aloy's story with the third mainline Horizon game, which at this point I think is safe to say is going to be a PlayStation 6 game. So yeah, it'll just be really interesting to see if they can actually nail this live service multiplayer Horizon title. If they can do that, I mean, we might be looking at Sony's second successful live service game out, on top of Helldivers 2. We'll see. I don't want to like get ahead of myself, but we've seen Sony achieve massive success with Helldivers 2. So we know Sony can do it. We know they can do it. They've proven it. They know how to make successful live service games with certain studios. But we've seen them achieve the lowest of low with Concord. So we also know that they know how to bottom out. My hope with Horizon is I just want it to be good. It doesn't have to be the next big thing. Doesn't have to achieve the success of Helldivers 2. I just want it to be good. The thing I will be looking out for with the Horizon multiplayer game, specifically, as I said, I like Horizon, but it's not like for me, it's not like a top tier game in the sense that like it's not a franchise I get super excited for. It's something that I will play, and I've enjoyed everything I played so far. But the thing I'll be paying attention to with this Horizon multiplayer game is to see if this could be the game that maybe gets me more invested, I guess you could say. If it gets me more invested into the Horizon world. Because, I don't know, I get this feeling that there's a lot of potential for a multiplayer experience in this world. We have Moonshot dropping a direct donation. Thank you so much for that, buddy. He says, strange how Baby Steps was the opener to the 2023 PlayStation Showcase, and we still have no word on that. Doesn't seem like a game with a large dev cycle. Damn. Yeah, I don't know, man. Maybe the developers of Baby Steps kind of saw how much they were kind of being memed on, and they were like, we got to overhaul this game. Our game is officially a meme now. We've made a meme game. We have to change it. Yeah, I don't know. I did see that some people were mentioning that when they were talking about games that could show up at the State of Play. I did see a few people mentioning Baby Steps, and the game just looks so cursed, man. But it does look kind of funny. Maybe we'll see it at the Game Awards. That'll be the big game Sony shows up with. Won't the Lego Horizon game be co-op? Yeah, it will be. It will be. It's really, I don't know, man. Do you guys, I want to ask you your opinion on this. Well, I guess the collective opinion of the chat. Do you think Sony's going too hard with Horizon? Do you think they're doing too much with it? Or do you think it's fine? Leia, come here. Michael, you're saying they are. Gaming Survivor says yes. Steve says yes. Henry 3K says no. Most people are saying yes or somewhat. And Moonshot, thank you for another direct donation, buddy. You're saying with Ghost sequel announcement, we now have sequels to all the games that made the PS4 great, aside from Bend and Naughty Dog, on top of a bunch of new IPs. Yeah, that's actually very true, Moonshot. I didn't really think about that. The loop, or the circle, I guess you could say, has kind of been closed. I think it's safe to say we will get The Last of Us Part 3, but I suspect The Last of Us Part 3 will be like a PlayStation 6 game at some point, you know? I just have this feeling that even if we don't hear from Naughty Dog for a while, I had this feeling that Naughty Dog's next game will be something new. I can't see it any other way. I don't think people would be disappointed to get The Last of Us Part 3, but I just think that people would feel a little bit disappointed where it's like, it's not that people don't want it. It's just they also maybe want something different first. They want to see that Naughty Dog is still making new stuff and not just becoming, because like that's the thing. I just asked you guys a moment ago, like, how do you feel about Guerrilla going all in with Horizon? And you know, it seems like a lot of people just feel like it's not that they don't like Horizon, but there's just this kind of feeling of like, I don't know that we wanted Guerrilla to just be the Horizon studio, you know? And I get it. But I do understand from Guerrilla's perspective where they clearly love Horizon. And it seems like, I don't know, it seems like Guerrilla just wants to be, like, they're comfortable with that, I guess. They're comfortable going all in with Horizon. Whereas I feel like with Naughty Dog, I get the feeling that Naughty Dog does also want to make something new. I don't think Naughty Dog just wants to be the Last of Us studio. They didn't just want to be the Uncharted studio. They didn't just want to be the Jak and Daxter studio. And I don't think they just want to be the Last of Us studio. Yeah, that's how I see it too, Michael. If it fails, they can always kind of go back. You know, they can lean back on The Last of Us, lean back on Uncharted. But I think there always has to be that new IP risk-taking. But yeah, I mean, you're right. The only game we didn't get a sequel for is Days Gone and The Last of Us Part 3. Or The Last of Us Part 2, which is ironic because those are the two games that a lot of people kind of thought they were too similar. Kane Z7 says, how can people like boring The Last of Us as not actually a fun game like Horizon? It boggles my mind. Horizon Zero Dawn world and lore are so much more rich. Or so, yeah, you're saying they're much more rich and interesting. Well, I'd say it's because it's kind of subjective at the end of the day. Like, for me, I just like everything about the world of The Last of Us more so than Horizon. I mean, I guess maybe it's just because I appreciate the more grounded nature of The Last of Us, and I like the kind of brutality of it. You know, one of the things I did say about The Last of Us Part 2, for as many negative things as I had to say, I was always saying about how I still feel this way. Like, and this is still what makes me very sad about not getting a Last of Us multiplayer game, is like the gameplay in The Last of Us is incredible. Like, I like the gameplay of The Last of Us significantly more than Horizon. I do think that there is a lot of really interesting stuff going on in the world of Horizon. I actually think the gameplay is pretty unique. The weapons are very unique, and the way you take on the machines is very unique. But I don't know, man. There's just something about The Last of Us that it just speaks to me more so than Horizon, but I will say, when I have played the Horizon games, once I get into the zone with those games and I really get into that loop, it takes me a little bit longer. It reminds me a little bit of Death Stranding in the sense that it takes me a little bit longer to really get the feel for it and get into the flow of it. But once I do, it starts sticking and I'm like, oh, okay. Yeah, I get it. And you start to really, I don't know, it just starts to feel better and better as the longer you play. That's another reason why I'm interested in this Horizon multiplayer game, because it's like, well, I mean, if it takes that same approach, very hard difficulty is a whole new game, hard as nails. I will say I've never tried to play the Horizon games at a higher difficulty, like the highest difficulty. Maybe I'll have to give that a shot because I've heard that. And Moonshot with another direct donation. Thank you so much, Moonshot. You're saying, so I don't want to hear no more crying about how horrible this PS5 gen is. I don't know what more these people want. The goods have been delivered. No, I hear you. I hear you, Moonshot. I've just come to this conclusion, right? And I say this as a person, I've talked extensively. I've talked to you guys extensively about this. I've just come to the conclusion that at this point in time, the line has been drawn in the sand. Not to say that there isn't more coming, or that there won't be more announcements, or that there won't be, different things. There absolutely will be. But I feel like at this point in time, maybe until sometime late next year, maybe even not until 2026, maybe not even until next gen, I feel like the line has been drawn in the sand where it's like, listen, you're either in the camp that you're totally let down and underwhelmed with Sony this generation, and you're just not on board with modern Sony, with modern PlayStation. Or you're on the other side where you have enjoyed not necessarily everything, but there's a lot here that you did enjoy. There's still a lot here that you're enjoying, and there's more coming that you're looking forward to. And you're not necessarily miserable or unhappy or just totally discontent with PlayStation. And not to say that neither of these sides, we can, you can flow in the middle sometimes, but as of right now, man, that just seems to be generally like the way it is with PlayStation, modern PlayStation right now. And that's why I just feel like, I have to just be honest with myself and like just put YouTube and Twitter and the internet aside for a little bit. And just when I see this stuff myself, how do I honestly feel about it? Just me and me alone, like as a gamer, as somebody who plays on PlayStation, as somebody who looks forward to playing on my PlayStation, how do I feel about what I played thus far and what's coming? And yeah, and that's why when I talk to you guys about this, I try to just be, that's it. I just try to be as honest as I possibly can, where, when the PS5 Pro was first revealed, I was just as shocked as everybody else. And I was like, oh, I don't know, man. Like, is Sony making a huge mistake here? But I basically decided, you know what? I'm always excited for new hardware. Let me see what they have to do with, let me see what they have to show games wise. And then I let them do that. And I'm like, okay, yeah. And then they showed me Metal Gear Solid 3 is going to be enhanced. I think Sony listened to me, man. They heard, they're like, we got to sell MBG. How do we sell MBG? Just make sure MGS3 is on that list. And it was. And I'm like, you got me. But all right, let me see here. So Moonshot, thank you so much, man. We have a couple more super chats here. We have Kane Z7, or sorry, Rashado. He says, just remember Phil Spencer and Sarah Bond were playing Final Fantasy VII Rebirth on the PS5 Pro in front of everyone. I saw that. I did see that. And really quick, MRPD, I don't know if I saw that exact 27-minute gameplay demo of Metal Gear Solid, but I saw a bunch of different Metal Gear Solid gameplay clips of people playing it at TGS. I had to just stop. Because I'm like, I don't want to see no more. I'm good. I'm just so unbelievably sold on this game. I'm just ready to get the controller in my hands, get the game in my hands and play it. Michael Werner says, what does this say? Member train. Uh-oh. Michael, are you signaling a member train? I don't know. He's either signaling a member train. Michael's either saying, I'm going to start the member train, or he's asking somebody else to start the member train. But yeah, I did see that Phil Spencer and Sarah Bond, they were playing Rebirth. They were holding the DualSense. And then Phil was like, the X button should be over here. He was like making a joke, but it was like kind of really awkward because it's like, yeah, man, I don't know. Okay, all right, Michael, just making sure. You're saying legit couldn't read it. Oh, okay. It does say member train. It is a little bit small. Yeah. Did you see the director say, okay, I'll buy a Fire Stick? No, I did not see that. What? Wait, nah. You got to be messing with me. There's no way the director said that. There's no way, bro. Hamaguchi said it? Oh, no. Why do you have to do him like that, bro? Why do you have to do Phil like that, bro? That's crazy. Leia, come here. Up here. I got to see if I can get Leia up here. Come on. Leia is always so hesitant, man. There you are. Don't let her fool you. Don't let Leia fool you. She was passed out. Oh, okay. All right. I see how it is. She was passed out on this thing yesterday. She loves it. She was totally knocked out, spread out across, using this as a pillow. All right, let me see here. We have Delwyn Jones with another generous super chat here. Thank you so much, Delwyn. You're saying the lighting, models, and graphics in the new Death Stranding 2 and last night's clips are crazy. They are using the Decima engine, which is amazing. Same Guerrilla are doing with Horizon. Decima engine proving again it's the best gaming engine. I mean, when we talk about the Decima engine, the one thing that I'm a little bit surprised by, and I'm sure there are reasons for this, but I'm kind of surprised that more internal PlayStation studios haven't started using the Decima engine. I know that a lot of these studios use their own proprietary technology. Like I know Sucker Punch uses their own proprietary engine. Naughty Dog uses their own proprietary engine. But I do wonder if as Decima continues to improve and as Guerrilla continue and Kojima Productions as well, as they continue to make these tweaks and these enhancements, with each iteration, I wonder if it starts to become a little bit more appealing to other studios. Did we ever hear which engine Sony Bend is using? I remember there was a rumor that claimed Sony Bend may be working with Decima engine. Did they confirm they're using Unreal? I think they may have, yeah. UE5? Okay. Yeah, I think really early on there was like a rumor that claimed they might have been using the Decima engine, but I think they later did go on to confirm they're using UE5. Which does make sense because I think most of the developers there have experience with UE4. But yeah, man, it's great to kind of see two top tier studios such as Guerrilla and Kojima Productions. I mean, two of the best in the entire industry, kind of going back and forth, seeing who can squeeze more out of the engine. I guess we'll see, man. I wouldn't be surprised, Delwyn, to be honest. I wouldn't be surprised if Death Stranding 2 ends up being the literal best looking game this generation. I mean, I think about Wolverine and how good that's going to look. Ghost of Yotei is looking incredible. But Kojima's always been known to really make very graphically beautiful games as well. Hold on, I gotta let Leia out. Now she's scratching the door. So Delwyn, I'm glad you're enjoying what you're seeing of Death Stranding 2, bro. I think it's so interesting that you got so hyped for Death Stranding 2 that you're like, yo, I gotta go play the first one. I gotta go try it. Boss. Hold on. He left like 3 treats on his cat tower, and it was really bothering me. So I just threw it at him. I'm like, eat these. All right, let's see. So Delwyn, thank you once again for the super chat, man. We also have Captain Hook here. He says, looking forward to Ghost of Yotei, but it is funny how PlayStation sequels seem to love replacing the boys with the girls. Just noticing, not hating. And I think that's fine. You know, like, I appreciate you at least saying you're just noticing and not hating, because I saw yesterday on Twitter, the official PlayStation account simply posted screenshots from the new trailer. And I replied to it just saying I think it looks great. I'm excited to play it. But then when I was like looking at the other replies, it's just people going ballistic. And I don't want to feed into it. I'm going to try my best not to, but all I will say is that the people who are freaking out, like, the most, like, not what you're doing, Captain Hook. You're not freaking out. And I appreciate that, because we need more of that. We need more calm, reasonable, just, here's what I notice. That's all. You know, that's fine. And we'll see what happens. We'll see where it goes. We need more of that and less of like, F this, I'm not supporting this nonsense garbage. When it's like, bro, I would, like, if the internet didn't exist the way that it does today, and you just, let's say the Ghost of Yotei trailer released, let's say E3 was still around, Sony had an E3 presentation, and you saw the trailer, and social media and all this stuff just didn't exist the way it did today. I genuinely wonder how many people would feel totally different. And I bet you a lot of people would feel completely different, because the only thing they would have to base their opinion on is the trailer of the video game. And that's it. They wouldn't be engaged in these toxic conversations happening all over the place in all these different circles. They wouldn't be, you know, stalking the actress's Twitter profile and trying to, you know, figure out what her history is. They would just probably walk away being like, holy shit, that game looks really good. And I'm excited for it. Or at the very least, they would just be like, oh yeah, it doesn't look that bad. Maybe I don't know if it'll be as good as the first one, but maybe I'll check it out. And that's that to me is what makes this so comical, is that, you know, it's just people, I don't know, man. I'm just convinced at this point that a lot of people are very miserable, you know, and that's fine. Like, I'm not here to tell them you should be happy or you shouldn't be miserable. But the best thing that I think people can do at this point is I've said this over and over again, and I will continue to say it, because it's like, let's get to the bottom line here. Let's put the opinions aside. Let's put the arguments aside. Let's just get to the bottom line. Do you like what you're seeing of Ghost of Yotei? I'm not asking why or why not. I'm just asking, do you like what you're seeing? If the answer is yes, okay. Look forward to the game, purchase it when it comes out, and enjoy. If your answer is no, save your money. Don't purchase the game. Walk away from the game. Go towards a game that you do think looks good and put your money towards that. Problem solved. Now, if everybody collectively could do that, when it comes to all games, there'd be a lot less bullshit to have to wade through. A lot less toxicity. That's it. I really feel that it's just that simple. Do you like what you're seeing? Yes or no? And then base your next actions off of that. Saying, what was the question? I was chewing. So for me, I like what I've seen of Ghost of Yotei. I like it a lot. I rewatched that trailer a couple more times, and I'm like, yep, this is going to be probably one of my favorite games of the generation. And so I've already made the decision that unless there's like, if down the line there's some crazy shit that comes out about this game where it's like, I don't know, I'm not even going to try to speculate, but just something wild out of left field that makes zero sense where it's like, oh, no thanks. If that happens, sure. But just based off of what they presented to me right now, I think it looks awesome. And I'm super stoked for it. But yeah. But it's funny, Captain Hook, because I was thinking about this too. Like, that is the one thing that I do. It's not the only thing, but something I've seen people bring up that I'm paying attention to as well. And it's that, well, is Sony planning? Because that's the whole thing we have to ask ourselves, right? Like, is Sony planning on replacing all of their male lead characters with female characters? And I don't think the answer to that is yes. I don't think that's true. I think that it could be. It could be true, but we have to look at it holistically. I look at the upcoming games that we know about, and here's what I think to myself. We have, as far as I'm aware, we have 3 or 4 games that we know of. Ghost of Yotei, Death Stranding 2, Wolverine, and I'm going to count Venom. I mean, Venom hasn't been officially announced, but that is a game that's in development. That's 4 single-player titles that are going to be coming out probably within the next 2 years or so. One of those 4 games stars a female. 3 of those 4 games star a male protagonist. I just don't I don't understand why people aren't pointing that out as well. You know what I mean? Like, I get it. I get that maybe some people are afraid that, it's a bait and switch. They pulled out Jin and they replaced him with a female lead. I think people need to also keep in mind, like, if you read what Sucker Punch is telling you that this character that's coming up, Atsu, I don't know if that's how you actually pronounce her name or not, but she's going to get replaced too once this game's over. Maybe with a male, maybe with a female, right? And I just think people are completely overlooking that fact. They're completely overlooking that fact. And that's another reason why I'm like, it would be different if they came out and they were like, listen, we're done with Jin, and going forward, our new protagonist is going to be this character for good. And that's all. I just wish people would be a little bit more balanced and fair with their assessment of this stuff, where it's like, I get it, man. I get that, some people are like, well, we got Aloy. And, people mention Ellie. And that's kind of crazy to me, because it's like, listen, we had 2 Last of Us games. One of those games, the entire game, except for one segment, but like for 95% of that game, you play as a male lead, as Joel. And then in the second game, you play as Ellie. And then, you also play as Abby, but we don't like to talk about that. But the point is, like, when I think of The Last of Us, I don't think male lead, female lead. I think Joel and Ellie. And I think I got 2 games where I got to play as both. You know what I mean? I just, again, I think people are just being a bit, I don't know if the word unfair is the right word to use, but they're not taking into account everything. You know? Bro, okay, so we're throwing in Ratchet and Clank. Well, listen, I played Ratchet and Clank Rift Apart, and I'll tell you right now, there was no part of me as I played through that game that was like, man, I hate playing the parts of this game where I have to play as the female Lombax or whatever. Like, that's what I mean. It's like, dude, it's not that. I don't know why it's that serious for some people, man. It's not that serious. Like, I just don't understand. How could it be that serious? You're saying it's not about men versus women. It's about beloved characters being cut. No, I get that too. And I agree. Like, to me, that's a more relevant conversation. And that's a conversation that I also feel that, like, yeah, I don't want to see the characters that I like and care about just thrown to the wayside. But again, that's where, like, when I've seen the amount of people I've seen acting as if Sucker Punch has disrespected the character of Jin Sakai. This is where I'm like, this is why these developers aren't going to listen to any of you. And I'm not talking to you guys. I just mean broadly speaking. They're not going to listen to what people are saying because they did not disrespect Jin Sakai in any way, shape, or form. If anything, they did the opposite. They gave him a full, well-rounded beginning, middle, and end story. And now he's going to live on as the legend of the first Ghost. Like, that is literally the opposite of disrespecting or dishonoring a character. Now, if they did some, like, weird shit in the second game where they're like, we're going to tell you the story of how Jin Sakai died, and it's some humiliating, embarrassing, like, whoa, that guy, what a loser, like, okay, then we could talk about that and be like, why did they do it like this? But, I highly, highly doubt that's what they would do. That would be pretty stupid. Even I would say, like, yeah, Sucker Punch, what are you doing, bro? Like, why are you desecrating Jin's legacy here? I don't think they're going to do that. It would make no sense to do that. They would be dishonoring their own game and their own character, bro. But they're sucker punching us. You pray to God we get Jin back in part 3. You're not. I don't think so. No, I think instead what you're going to get is another new character that could be maybe even cooler than Jin. We'll see. Or who knows? Maybe in the third game, they'll have 2 optional protagonists, kind of like what we're seeing Assassin's Creed try to do. But listen, when it comes to the wider conversation, I do not mind Sony wanting to bring in new characters. I do not mind Sony wanting, or their studios, I should say, I don't mind them wanting to bring in new characters, and I don't want to necessarily say replace the old characters, but in some cases, if that's what they want to do, then that's what they want to do. Like I've come to terms that, like, listen, I guess maybe I went through this already with The Last of Us Part 2 with Joel, where Joel is one of my all-time favorite characters, like all time. And it was really difficult when that second game came out for me to kind of accept that, like, this is what they did. They did in the end honor him, but it was like not at all what I had wanted or what I had expected. And I came off of the first game where I'm like, man, playing as Joel was so cool. and badass, and it was really cool to like protect Ellie and whatnot and go through that. And that's what the first game was to me. And that's not what the second, the second game was like, yeah, Joel's, his time has come. And anytime he shows up in this game, it's going to be to kind of show you a different side, a more, not the survival, not the dude that's fighting to survive, but the dad, so to speak, right? By showing his interactions with Ellie and how he had to tell her the truth and how he wanted to kind of make amends with her. And, the more you think about it, the more I realize like they didn't dishonor Joel in that game. He had a dishonorable death for sure. Yeah. Like I agree with that. But it's like, that's what they chose to do, man. And the one thing that I've come to accept as well is that it'll never take away anything from the first game. No matter what, the first Last of Us game will always be the best one to me because that's the one, I don't know, that's the one that did it for me. And I would have been totally cool if they never made a sequel. That's how good that first game was. And if they just ended it the way that game ended and said, that's it, that's the story for these two characters. That's another thing I want to mention here as well that I think people are not considering when we talk about Ghost of Yotei. This is totally a side tangent, by the way. This was not meant to be a main topic of discussion, but Captain Hook just knew how to get me going. People are not considering the other side of the coin here, where it's like, maybe sometimes it's better to just let something great end and just let it end and move on. You know what I mean? Where it's like, just as I said a moment ago, that I would have been totally fine with The Last of Us 1 being it. There is no sequel. There is no follow-up to these characters. This was their story. This was their journey, beginning, middle, and end. And that's that. And you'll never hear, like, that's it. You'll never see these characters again. That actually would have been a really, really interesting way for Naughty Dog to go about it. And I wouldn't have been opposed to it. That's why I'm not going to be opposed right now to where when I look at Ghost of Tsushima and I look at the character Jin Sakai and I look at everything that encapsulates his story, them deciding to say, and we're going to close that book now and move on to a new book with a new character. I'm like, you know what? I'd much prefer that than risk them, possibly ruining something that could have had a perfect ending. And so they're saying, you know what? This is good. We're just going to leave it. I'm totally cool with that. So it's a balancing act. I'm always obviously excited at the notion of seeing characters I love return and getting them back and seeing them, back in the saddle, so to speak. But as time has went on, I've also learned that I've actually become more open to the idea of maybe sometimes it's good to just let things be what they are and not drag anything out too much. And in some cases, it makes sense. Like if I look at Kratos, where it's like, do we have more we have to say with this character? Do we have more ground to cover? And it's like, I'm going to be real with everybody right now. And I know that there are people that are absolutely not going to accept this as like, I can't believe you said this, MBG. But if you like, when I played the DLC for for God of War Ragnarok, the Valhalla DLC, if they decided like that's it, bro, like Kratos has come full circle and this is it. This is it. I'd be like, yup, you can't really get, I'm not saying you can't get any better than this, but it's going to be difficult. And if you finished the Valhalla DLC, you'll know that like, dude, they really put a bow on it, man. Where I'm like, holy shit. Okay. I did not expect this. But this is like the level of closure that I think, a character like Kratos deserves. And that's why I'm saying if they decide from that point forward, like we gave Kratos his closure, like we gave him a full story and this is his closure, I'd be like, yep, I'm totally cool with that. But I know a lot of people wouldn't be. It's hold on. Sorry about that. But yeah, I mean, you're saying I went too far? Well, I mean, looking at it from a more practical standpoint, like I I will say like Kratos has been, he's been like an icon essentially for PlayStation since 2005, since the PS2 days. So I totally understand why like maybe Kratos is one of those characters that's like I don't know if we should really just move on from this character. He feels pretty he's like etched into PlayStation, you know what I mean? It would be I don't know. It would be quite difficult. I mean at that point I will say like at that point, you know, it calls into question like can you even call the game God of War? You saying MBG not a fan of God of War confirmed? No, I love God of War. But I don't know. I guess I'm just saying like they don't have to end it, right? I'm not saying they have to end it or they should. I'm just simply saying that if Santa Monica Studio came out and said, "Listen, we feel like this is the perfect way to end Kratos' story," and hell, well, they're not going to retire the God of War name, but if that's what they wanted to do, I'd be like, okay, yeah. I mean, I just don't see what's wrong with that. I mean, I guess maybe people would be disappointed because they'd be like, well, I want to keep playing as Kratos and I want to keep being Kratos. And like, yeah, I get that. I totally get that. But I don't know. Saying it's weird, this revisionist history where everyone is okay with replacing all the main characters in franchises. Oliver, you know what? When you put it like that, you're saying this would be like a Schwarzenegger movie, but with Van Damme. Okay, you know what? I have to rethink this. Saying he cannot die. He's immortal. Well, for what it's worth, I don't think Sony's going to be doing that with Kratos. They could, and that would be interesting. But no, I think no matter, I'll be honest, I do think that Kratos, he has to be part of every God of War game. Just because it's like, how could he not be? I could see them going the direction one day where they're like, you're not necessarily playing as him, but he's there. And he's like an integral part of the story and whatnot. I think that would be a pretty tough thing to do to kind of navigate the water of, because at that point you're getting into like, I guess what you would consider spin-off territory, right? But I will say this, God of War is a moneymaker for Sony. So if there's one thing I will say for anybody who doesn't want to see Kratos not star in main games going forward, it's highly unlikely that Sony would allow that to happen because God of War is their moneymaker, dude. Like God of War has that's one of those games that Sony has where like I don't know that they would want to risk rattling the cage. But you just can't see how they proceed with Kratos from here. Well, you know what I think? I think they can proceed with Kratos, but I think maybe it's a matter of the spotlight not necessarily being on him story-wise too much. That because I could see that working, where it's like he's still very much there and relevant and part of the game, but maybe the story, like the overall story focus, could be focused a little bit more outside of him. I don't know. It'll be really interesting to see. I mean, when we talk about all these different franchises, it'll be really interesting to see what directions some of these studios choose to go in. Because I will say the one thing about God of War and Santa Monica is there is a really long history there. And if they choose to really dramatically change anything, I mean, it's much more risky than like what we're seeing with Ghost of Yotei. You know, it's not like, I mean, look, I love Jin Sakai as a character as well, but there's no comparing Jin Sakai to Kratos, where Kratos has been around since 2005, you know, and has had many, many games as, you know, following his entire story. To whereas Jin had one amazing game and one amazing DLC, and it kind of covered, I guess, the story as far as they wanted to tell it, you know? Sorry, I fell behind on my super chats here. I apologize, guys, for keeping you waiting. We have okay saying 5090 is going to push the industry. For perspective, the PS5 Pro has 3,800 shader units, and the 5090 has around 22,000. Big pressure on PlayStation to deliver a true leap with the PlayStation 6. Yeah, I did see people talking about the 5090, and the only thing that kind of gets me with the 5090 series GPUs, based off of what little I know and have heard, is it seems like they're going to be incredibly expensive, like, you know, thousands of dollars. Like I saw people saying like they're expecting a minimum of like $2,000. And I don't know, I guess I'm not so sure that I agree with this, okay? Because I don't know that a $2,000 graphics card, or even if it's like $1,800, you know, I don't know that a graphics card that expensive. I think it will have an audience. Like there are obviously PC players who are like, oh, hell yeah, give me that graphics card. But I just don't know that that's something that would put pressure on Sony with their next generation console, because I just don't think it's realistic. I think even if Sony was like, man, we want to try to be able to compete with that, it's like, well, are you going to charge like $1,700 for your console? You know what I mean? But I do get what you're saying, where the PC component landscape clearly is going to continue to push forward. But I guess, I don't know, how are developers going to take advantage of this, you know? How do developers feel about the 5090? Will there be games that truly try to take advantage of that graphics card? Especially, I mean, you have to imagine with a price threshold that high, you have to imagine very few people are going to have that card. Damn, is the 5090 going to be like? Is this just going to be like a graphics card that's like so future proof that it's going to be like 7 years later? It's like, all right, we're finally starting to see what this, you know, what games can do on this graphics card because it took this long for everything else to catch up. I don't know. I would have to look deeper into this. I would have to kind of get the opinion of, I guess, expert PC players, I guess, or people who are really invested in PC gaming, because the idea of having that many shader units, right, and having a graphics card that powerful definitely sounds appealing, but I almost start to question the practicality of it, you know? That's why when we talk about the PlayStation 6, you know, we've speculated many times, like, could the PlayStation 6 be $1,000? And I'm like, I don't know, man. Like, yeah, that sounds great in the sense of like, how powerful is that $1,000 PlayStation 6 going to be? Probably pretty powerful. But then it's like, how many people are really going to buy that and support it though? And like, you know, how many developers are really going to try to prioritize it if it's prohibitively expensive? There are games today that bring the 4090 to its knees. Really? Yeah, you know what? When you talk about it from a developer perspective, I actually do think that developers, because from what I can tell, they're always on board with like, yeah, give us more power. Give us more. And I think that that's just kind of something that developers kind of look forward to, is like having just more raw power to be able to work with their games and just see like, you know, what can our game do at its peak? But I guess we'll see, man. I guess we'll see. I have no doubt in my mind, though, that Sony will be paying close attention to the PC landscape when they're developing the PlayStation 6. They probably are right now. I don't know if I agree that there'll be a ton of pressure on them, but I think they will be paying very close attention. I did have a message here from Sleepy Mailman, but he retracted it. Kane Z7 says, this won't go back to how it was before MBG. So many people are engaged in this culture war that they are blind. Both sides are toxic and a pain. Sean was not wrong when he said, don't like it, don't buy it. Yeah, I saw that Sean Layden was getting a lot of flack for saying that, but he's not wrong. And, you know, I get it. The idea is when a person says that, if you don't like it, don't buy it, then the idea is everybody collectively is not going to buy it. But there are different degrees to this, right? It's weird to see a certain subsect of people treating Ghost of Yotei like it's Concord. That's what's weird to me. And this is how you know that there are people who have a false understanding of what's actually happening. For example, there are people that are under the belief that Ghost of Yotei is going to fail because it's woke, even though there's literally nothing woke about it. But there are people who believe that. Maybe they believe that because the actress who is playing the main character, well, she's a woke individual, so therefore the game is woke, even though that's not how that works. And this is where people need to use their brains a little bit more. You know, I'm not trying to be rude when I say this, but it's like we need to use some critical thinking skills here, where when's the last time an actor in a video game had any, like, when was the last time you heard that they were also the writer and the producer? Yeah, I don't know. It's not really how that works. So what I'm trying to say here, before I get too far off the point I'm trying to make, people believe Ghost of Yotei is going to fail, a small group of people, and that same group of people thought that the only reason Concord failed was because it was woke. And that's where you realize the disconnect that exists here, where people who were screaming that Concord was like too woke, were they correct? I think the answer is yes. And the reason why I think the answer to that is yes is because, well, look at the game. They're wearing it on their sleeve. Like, the game literally screams, we are liberal and we're voting blue. Like, that's what that game screamed just by looking at it. All right? And that's fine. Like, if that's what they want to do creatively, they're allowed to do that. I made the assessment numerous times that seems like a very stupid thing to do, because why? Why do you need to wear your politics on your sleeve when you're making a video game like Concord? You don't have to, nor should you. It's just going to bring unnecessary pain and suffering to the game, to the team, and to everybody involved. So, was Concord being too woke and too agenda-driven part of its downfall? The answer is yes. Was that the only reason? No. And that's the really important part that too many people are missing, is there are this small subsect of vocal individuals. They don't seem to understand that Concord didn't just fail because they wore their politics on their sleeves. That was a huge driving force collectively to get people to kind of be like, yeah, what's wrong with you guys? But at the end of the day, Sony believed, you know what? Ignore that noise. We'll let the game speak for itself. And the game came out and it spoke for itself. And you know what the game said? The game said, we're not actually doing anything good or unique or interesting or even that fun. And that is at the end of the day what killed it. That's just the truth, man, because the reality is Concord would have suffered. Like, Concord was going to suffer no matter what. The day that they decided we got to give her robot pronouns. I'm not saying that to make a bigger deal out of it than it is. I'm just saying, like, you don't have to do that. You're asking for trouble. You're creating division automatically. You don't have to do that. But they did it. And they said, we believe in this. This is what we want to do. It's like, fine, do that. But the real killer is, wait, you're going to do that? And your game is about as generic as it could possibly be. Oh, you're fucked. You're cooked. You're cooked because who is this for? And it turns out, like, you know, there were people who said, like, Concord is for no one. And it was true. Like, it was actually one of those rare instances where what would come off as a very hyperbolic statement, like, man, this game is for no one. Usually that sounds like hyperbole. In the case of Concord, it was actually true. We're like, dude, no, this is not for anybody. This isn't appealing to people who like hero shooters. This isn't appealing to people who like first-person shooters. This isn't appealing to people who like colorful games. This isn't appealing to people who like political games. This isn't appealing to anybody. Because every single aspect of this game, from top to bottom, and everything in between, is just about as generic and just bland and uninteresting as it could possibly be. And what blows my mind, and the reason why I'm talking about all of this, is because there are people treating Ghost of Yotei the same way they were treating Concord. And this is how you know, this is how you can spot the most radical, extreme individuals where it's like, what are you talking about? Go watch the Ghost of Yotei trailer. Go watch Concord's trailer, and please attempt to explain to me what's similar. Tell me how they look the same. Tell me how they both are doing the same thing. You can't. You literally can't, because they're not doing anything even remotely the same. The only two things that they have in common. No, sorry. The only one thing they have in common. There's only one thing that Concord has in common with Ghost of Yotei, and that is that they both have characters with female genitalia. That's it. That's as far as it goes. Outside of that, oh, and maybe the second thing is they're both underneath PlayStation. Like they have the PlayStation Studios banner. Outside of that, that's it. That's all they have in common. Don't assume the gender. Well, I'm saying that this is what I was so afraid of happening, man. I was so afraid that, like, we're going to see a great game, but somehow, some way, it's going to be too woke. And we're not going to be allowed to support it. Or we're going to be condemned for supporting it. And we're supporting the wrong message. And it's like, I want to make it clear that I'm supporting Sucker Punch because of what they did with Ghost of Tsushima. And Ghost of Tsushima was a very good, well-executed game that I had a great time playing. You know? And that's why I'm supporting this game. And I don't know, man. I just define woke. I don't know. You define it. Everybody uses the term woke. Tell me what it means. You tell me. I don't know. You're right. I said it. We can't use that term anymore. I made the mistake of using the term. Well, when we talk about a game like Concord being woke, if I remove the word woke and I go into detail, let me explain to you what people mean. When people call a game like Concord woke, what they are really saying is there are, and I'll tell you this is exactly what they're saying. This studio that made this game Concord is comprised of mostly left-leaning extreme liberals. And those left-leaning extreme liberals decided that they wanted to put a lot of what they believe into their game, but put it there right in your face for everybody to see. So that way, if you are like them, you know this game was made for you. And if you are not like them, maybe this game wasn't made for you. That when people say woke, that's what they mean. That's literally what they mean. So did Concord do that? The answer is yes. Yes, they did do that. They did do that. And so my question is Sucker Punch doing that? With Ghost of Yotei? That's a serious, I'm just wondering, like, is this game doing this? Like, is this game, when you watch the Ghost of Yotei trailer, does it tell you, like, do you see very clearly in front of you, like, hey, we're just letting you know, we are a bunch of extremist, liberal, left-leaning, woke people that are going to vote blue. And we want to make sure you know this, and we're going to make sure you know it because you're going to see it spread all across the trailer, all in the visuals. It's going to be right there on display. Literally, that does not exist in that trailer. So people saying yes. Okay, then tell me. I would like you to tell me. I'm open to hearing. If you're saying yes, that what I just explained, because I attempted to define woke, right? Tell me where in that trailer, where do we see that? Where do you get that? Where do you walk away with that? Your main character being replaced. He wasn't replaced. So let me get this straight. Deciding to end a character story and say this is where we're ending it, that counts as woke too. Okay. Got it. Let me ask you this. If it was so you're saying it's just the replacement of the character. So you're telling me, I just want to be clear here so we're on the same page. You're telling me, Ricardo, you're telling me that if the main character of Ghost of Yotei was another male that maybe looked somewhat similar to Jin, but wasn't Jin, you're telling me you would still feel the exact same way? Because if your answer to that is yes, I can respect that. I think that's fine. I just want to make sure. I just want to make sure we're on the same page. Because if that's what it is it's just I'm upset that I can't play as Jin. I get that. I can respect that. But I just think there's too much. We have to create these very clear separating lines. Because believe me, these two things are starting to bleed into one another. And it's making people, I think, very confused about what they're even saying anymore. My whole thing is I just like to dive deeper. That's all. If people are going to present arguments about stuff, I fully expect that. I just need to dive deeper, and we need to establish like a greater level of understanding of like what are people really trying to say? Because if there's one thing that has been made abundantly clear, is that there are too many people on the internet where they just read what somebody else says, they hear the terminology that somebody else uses, and then they just repeat it. They just repeat it. They don't explain. They don't go deeper. They don't even know what they're saying. I'm not saying that's everybody. I'm just saying that does exist a lot on the internet these days. And I just think we've gotten to a point where it has become extremely necessary for people to be able to dive deeper and engage in deeper, more meaningful conversations where we don't all have to agree with one another, but we at least need to be able to understand. We need to be able to understand what exactly are we disagreeing with and why. That, to me, is very critical to all of this, because I've made the mistake in the past, absolutely, of just jumping to a conclusion way too quick. And part of the reason why I would jump to that conclusion is because, well, you know, I heard this one person's take on it and it seemed to have made sense to me. But then, like, when I take a step back and I look at it from both, you know, I see it from both perspectives, and it's like, oh, you know what? Hold on. The influence that people have these days is insane. Sleepy Mailman says, will Ghost 2 keep the hot spring scenes? They damn well better. They should. I don't want none of that shit. Like, I refuse. See, this is where we're going to get a little funny with it, but also kind of true. This is kind of true. This is going to be some grade A bullshit, Sucker Punch, and I will call them out for this. You're telling me I gotta endure some Jin Sakai cheeks, but I can't see some Atsu cheeks for reasons? I don't think so. See, that's where we can't play that game. You know? I got to see that same energy kept. We need the cheeks. Sucker Punch, I'm telling you, bro. Now listen, if they want to cover her top, that's fine. You know, they don't want any nip action. Okay, I get it. It's whatever. But come on. I don't want to see none of this nonsense where it's like she just doesn't use the hot springs. And you know what? Sucker Punch, if you're listening to this stream, which you're probably not, I just want to say, please, for the love of God, if you don't want to get crushed by the internet, like for an actual real reason, I'm not even saying it's the best reason, but it will be a real valid reason. As much as I'm coming to the defense of Ghost of Yotei, like, Sucker Punch, if you remove that from this game, you're gonna get a tidal wave of hate, and I won't be able. And that's probably, you know what? It's gonna be kind of deserved. I'm sorry, but it will be. That'll be a shitty day, though, man. I could just see how the internet would react to that. You know, I could see how the internet can react to. Sucker Punch explains why Atsu doesn't use the hot springs in Ghost of Yotei. I could just see how well that'll go down. Oh my God, you're right. You're right. Sucker Punch has got their work cut out for them, bro. You're absolutely right. I forgot you could run around in that outfit. I don't know what they call it, by the way. You're saying the thong outfit. I don't know if I want to call it that. I don't know what they call their undergarments. I don't know. I mean, it kind of does look like that. It looks like a really thick thong, but a loincloth. Is that just what it's called? Did we just call it a loincloth? I mean, I guess that's basically what it is. Yeah, right. I think you could choose that as your outfit. A dashiki or something. I don't know if this is true or not, but we're getting too much in the weeds here, but no, you're right. You're right. Like, we need to see that same energy kept where it's like, listen, it can't be fair. Like, it's got to be fair. It's not fair if you could do this stuff with Jin, but then you can't with the new character because she's female. That's not keeping the same energy. You know? And I'm not even saying that. Look, I understand there's a lot of perversion out there. I'm not saying there isn't. There's definitely perversion out there. I'm not saying that for perverted reasons. I'm not. I'm being genuine in that, like, if you want to help maintain, in a more serious sense, like, if you want to help maintain that you're not trying to pull some bullshit, it would be wise to ensure that the same things you could do in Ghost of Tsushima as the male character, not, within reason, like things like the saunas and whatnot, you should be able to do that in this game as well. And if they purposely remove that, it's going to be a bad look. It's going to be a bad look. Sucker Punch will just say there's no springs in that area of Japan. They got it covered. See, we're focused on the things that really matter. Oh, man. This is what happens when you get too serious with the conversations. You immediately got to go in the opposite direction. They'll definitely remove it. Just watch. You got to at least replace it with something. If they have it, look, if they have a legitimate reason, like if they come out and they're like scientifically, bro, like geographically, Jesus, I said geologically. Oh my God. Somebody help me. Geographically speaking. Oh my Lord. I can't believe I just said that. Geologically speaking. If they're like, geographically speaking, there are literally no hot springs. All right? We checked. We were there. Like, we literally went there and there are no hot springs. That's fine. I could accept that. But you're going to have to find something to replace them with. Something just as good. Just saying. Sucker Punch, I hope you're ready. Like, who cares, man? There are hot springs there. You can already see it in the trailer. No, I think this is fair. Like, listen, I this is where I want people to understand. Like, I'm not defending blindly. I know that to some people this seems like a silly thing, but I assure you it's actually not. Like, it would be genuinely concerning to me if the development team at Sucker Punch, because again, this is where it's like, if this is just about making a great game with a great story, with a great character, that's fine. But if they're like, listen, because this is a female character, we're going to change it to where, like you're saying, like, you don't see her get into the hot spring. I understand how gamers can be. Believe me, I understand how they can be. And I understand that it's, there is a lot of perversion out there, but I just feel like it would create an unnecessarily bad look where it's like, guys, if you do that, you're making people believe that you're giving unnecessary ammunition to the vocal minority that are basically trying to destroy your game. That's all. I don't want to see that happen. That is sexist. There, exactly. There you go, Jay Shako. There you go. We can't have that. All right. What the hell was I supposed to be talking about again? Oh, yeah. How Xbox is a disaster. Ghost of Cheeks. There we go. All right. The Genius, you're saying, have you seen Shohei Kondo's videos on Ghost of Yotei? He's great in. Was hyped before, but this take on it has me even more hyped. I don't know if it was you that recommended this to me. Somebody recommended this to me. I actually didn't see these yet. I'm going to actually look. I'm not going to watch it right now, but I'm going to bring it up so I can remember to watch it later. Okay, he says it's going to be amazing. Let me explain why. Ghost of Yotei. Okay, yeah, I'm going to check that out later on when I'm finished streaming here. I appreciate the recommendation, Genius. I'm pretty sure somebody recommended this to me last week, but I totally forgot. Ice Queen Gaming, you're saying, MBG, I had a good birthday yesterday doing for a meal and drinks with my family. Or I guess you meant to say going for a meal and drinks with family. It's awesome. Yeah, happy birthday. Mine's tomorrow. A lot of September birthdays around here. Jakey Stee, you're saying Peter Parker taking a break to pay his bills. Kratos arc coming full circle. Nathan Drake retired. Jin left 300, 400 years in the dark. Joel deceased. Yeah. But I mean, like, I will say that out of everything you just mentioned, the Peter Parker one has to be the most weak. But just to be clear, dude, Peter Parker's not going anywhere. Like, it should be pretty clear that in Spider-Man 3, you know, we're getting Green Goblin, bro. Like, he's coming out. He's coming out. Like, I'm pretty sure that Miles Morales, and also, I like Miles. I think he's a cool character. But Miles Morales is clearly, he's going to try to take on everything himself, and it's just not going to work, and he's going to need Peter's help. If they don't go in that direction, I would be shocked, because I don't see any reason why Peter Parker would go anywhere. Like, they make it clear that Peter wants to try to have a normal life. But, oh, Silk. Yeah, I think Silk is going to show up. I mean, Kratos' arc coming full circle. I don't see anything wrong with that. Nathan Drake retiring. I could see why people would want to see more Nathan Drake, but I mean, I don't know. I guess if we do see Uncharted again, I think Uncharted will return. It's going to be Cassie Drake, so it's going to be a female. It's going to be his daughter. I mean, are people going to be against that too? I don't know. I mean, I guess maybe they would prefer to play as old Nathan Drake, or I don't know. Maybe. Let me ask you guys this question: how do you feel about the idea of Cassie Drake taking up the mantle and Nathan Drake basically playing the role of Sully for her? That actually sounds like it could be pretty interesting. But you hate it. So everybody hates the idea of playing as Cassie. Well, I don't know. I'm pretty sure that's what they're going to do. I'm certain that's what they're going to. So for anybody, listen, if that, I'm not saying I know for sure, but I just don't see what else they would do. I mean, I guess they could totally go in a completely different direction, but wait, you're saying there goes your super chat? Sorry, I'm more behind in super chats than I realized. Nate won't let Cassie go kill people and be her sidekick. Well, I mean, when you put it that way, it sounds bad, but I'm not saying it would be like that. Like, I could see it being more like he told her not to do this shit. He's like, no, I've been down this road. Trust me. It's over. Like, don't do that shit. And then she's just like, yeah, I'm going to do it anyway. And then he's like, God damn it. And then he's got to like go after her and try to like make sure she doesn't die. I don't know. I could see something like that happening. I don't know why people are making it seem like this isn't the direction they're clearly going to go in. Like, they're very obviously going in that direction. Because she's a girl boss? Wait, what's a girl boss? Give Cassie a tranquilizer gun and call her Snake. Wait, what? Hold on now. I think we're getting our wires crossed here. A Mary Sue. Oh, okay. Okay. Yeah, I would hope they don't go in that direction, because the problem with that's not a sexism thing. At least I don't think it is. That's just a bad writing thing. I know what you're saying. Like, we don't need these perfect characters that have no flaws but have the worst personalities. I hate that shit. I don't like that. Like, I like characters with depth and characters who do have flaws and seem relatable, you know? That to me is preferable. Like, for example, I don't know, one of Jin's flaws, I would say, if you want to call it a flaw, but something that gave Jin Sakai so much depth as a character, in my opinion, was his internal struggle of like, I don't know if what I'm doing is right or wrong, you know? And that's why I love that, where I'm like, that to me is just so damn relatable, where it's like, yeah, dude, if I was in your shoes, I would feel the same way. I would struggle, where it's like, at the end of the day, he feels like he's got to do what he's got to do to save people, but he also feels like he's totally destroying like his own honor in the process and everything he's believed in. And I like to me that's like that has nothing to do with, again, because I know a lot of people want to bring it into the conversation. That has nothing to do with his gender. Like, dude, that's a human struggle, right? That's a universal struggle that I think everybody could not in his exact circumstances, but relate to on a human level. And that's the problem with, a lot of these modern writers, is they do seem to struggle, where it's like, you gotta make sure no matter how strong or tough or cool you want your character to be, they have to be relatable first and foremost. Because if they're not that, nothing else is going to matter. So I'll be really interested to see how they handle the story of the new Ghost character. But yeah, I don't know. It'll be interesting to see if we do get a new Uncharted, which direction they go in. Sorry, I'm just saying what you guys are. Yeah, Duranko, you're saying, I think people just want balance. I'm not against balance either, but I don't know, man. I mean, I guess I have to see how it all plays out, because I'm not convinced of that. That's the one thing I see people bring up, and I'm like, yeah, I get it, but I'm just not convinced that things are going to be imbalanced, because if I've made this argument before, and I will stick with it, even if it does come to pass, where it's like, oh no, that is what they're doing, because I think my argument is just simply based in logic, and it's that it would be very, very stupid of Sony to allow all of their studios to just make across the board like 90% female leads. That would be very stupid. Not for any reason other than you're like, listen, like probably half or more than half of your audience is male. And there are a lot of males who like to play as male characters, just like female characters or like females. One of the things that Mrs. MBG has always told me is that growing up, she feels like there wasn't as many female characters. And she does like the fact that there are more now, in the sense that, she would always play games as males. And she had no problem with that, but she always kind of had that feeling of like, I wish I could play as a female sometimes, or more often. And I totally get that, and I think that's completely understandable, and that's why I'm just like, the simple answer at the end of the day is have an even balance. That's it. And I don't think that there's again, I'm not convinced that that's where we're going yet, because we don't know. Well, I guess we do know, if The Last of Us continues, The assumption is that we'll continue with Ellie. We don't know if Uncharted is continuing. The assumption is if Uncharted does continue, it'll be Nathan Drake's daughter. Spider-Man, I mean, my assumption is the main characters are going to continue to be Peter Parker and Miles Morales. Maybe they'll throw in a third character. I mean, people mentioned Silk, maybe. We don't know what Sony Ben's doing. We don't know if they're going to have a main character or if their main character is going to be male or female. We know that Guerrilla, they have Aloy. Insomniac has Wolverine. There's Kojima Productions with Death Stranding, main character Sam Bridges. I mean, Housemarque did create Returnal, and that features a female protagonist, but Housemarque also confirmed that their new game is going to be a new IP. So it's not going to be what was her name? Celine. Celine's not going to be in the next game. It could be another new female character, or it could be a male. I mean, I don't know. We'll see. It's a new IP. Blue Point Games is making a new IP. We don't know if it's going to feature a male or female protagonist. Santa Monica Studios making a new IP. We don't know if it's going to feature a male or female protagonist, or if you can, I don't know, maybe they'll have like a character creator and you can choose. Media Molecule, I don't think that's going to matter. All right. So, I don't know, man. Like, I don't want to ignore this aspect of the conversation because, you know, yeah, hold on. I got to let Luna in. All right, Luna is here. I got to feed her some treats too. There you go. Anyway, I spent too much time on this topic, and I don't want to like hyper focus and fixate on it, even though I basically already have. But I'm just trying to say that I think there is a clear dividing line. Okay. And I just hope people are willing to hear me out on this. There's a clear dividing line between I'm going to be against a game like Ghost of Yotei because I think it's woke, because they're replacing Jin with a girl boss or whatever. There's a very clear line between that and people just noticing that Sony, you're making a lot of your main characters females, and a lot of the male characters that we enjoyed are, they're either taking a back seat or they're being replaced. And, it's not to say that the reasons aren't necessarily justified, because I would say they're, for most of them, they're completely, if not all of them, they're completely justified. But there's nothing wrong with taking notice of that and just kind of like seeing, all right, well, hopefully it doesn't mean that it's all going in one direction, because if it was the other way around, it would be just as problematic. It would be just as problematic. Alvin, you're saying, for what it's worth, she's very talented, phenomenal as Anna Bray in Destiny 2, as Kitsune in Call of Duty, as a major NPC in Cyberpunk. Performance will be good. Yeah, I will say I did notice that. Like, I don't know who this woman is, and suddenly everybody knows who she is. Well, I don't know. Maybe she was known for a while. I don't know, but I've never heard of her in my life. And I did see people pointing out that like this actress has been in many games, and like nobody ever said anything, ever. And I don't know. I mean, I don't know what to say at that point. Like maybe I played a game in the past and she was in it and I didn't even know it. And that's how it should be. That's how it should be. Kyle, say stuff. You're saying, as a Japanese who lives in the UK, it is wild that Westerners care so much about this. In my Asian group, we have no problem with this because it is accurate to have a female Ronin, the protagonist of Yotei. Interesting. Yeah. I mean, I apologize. I feel like I know I don't have to apologize, but I feel like I made the mistake of I definitely I did the thing I didn't want to do where I'm bringing too much attention to it myself. I didn't mean to do that. Um, because yeah, I feel like the more attention I bring to it, the more of a voice in a way that I'm giving people that honestly, like, I'm not trying to give a voice, because it's like, listen, say what you need to say, but I don't need that energy here, you know? Like, I'm just trying to fucking have fun and enjoy video games and be excited for upcoming games that I think look good. I'm not trying to have people kind of like scream at me about why they're so angry and upset. You know, it's like, another reason for that is because it's like, well, all right, you know, just make sure you channel it in the right direction, I guess. That's it. I don't know what else to say at that point, but I appreciate you guys hearing me out. Kyle, I appreciate that insight, man. We also have a subtext. He says there are books. Oh, hold on. What's going on here? There are books about writing that discuss how a story should revolve around the most interesting conflict in a character's life, which is why sequels are hard. You already covered the best stuff. Yeah, I never really thought of it that way. I guess I never really looked into the idea. Yeah, I never really thought that hard about why it would be so difficult to kind of keep going with one character. How it could be very hard. Like, yeah, it's got to revolve around the most interesting part of their life. And if you're like paying attention to all these different aspects of their life, people are going to be like, oh, well, this isn't so interesting anymore, you know? Wabu Dabu says they'll be upset when the new Uncharted game features Cassie Drake and act like Nathan was replaced after his perfect ending in Uncharted 4. Oh man, Wabu Dabu, I see what you meant now. A couple of minutes ago in the chat, you said, "Well, there goes my super chat." My bad, dude. Sorry, I'm so late to it. I mean, the thing that I think is tough, right, when we talk about characters kind of taking up the mantle, it always reminds me of Raiden. You know, for me, that was quite a shock. Because I thought Snake was the coolest character. I'm like, I want to play as Snake. And then for the sequel, it's like, nah, you're going to play as Raiden. And the thing is, it's like, Raiden's not a bad character at all. But it's just, there's something to be said about how difficult it is to get, to replace, I don't want to say replace, but to create a new character that is meant to take the mantle of a previous one. It's just good luck. You know, I don't envy the writers or the developers that try to do that or who have to do that, because it's like, that's so hard, man. Because, like, you know what I'm thinking to myself? Cassie Drake, if they go in that direction with the next Uncharted game, if they make another Uncharted game, it's like, she'll probably be a perfectly fine character. At least I would hope so. But I just don't think she's going to be as interesting as Nathan Drake was. And and if you think about it, at the end of the day, I think that might be the problem with a lot of this. Even with Ghost of Yotei, like, I don't know that this story is going to be as good because it's a completely new story. Like, I think that opens up a lot of opportunity to make an even better story potentially, but it could go the other direction where it's like, for all I know, I'm going to play as this character. I'm going to play through the story and be like, damn, Jin's story was way more interesting. you know? And that I would say is probably my fear more than anything. And my fear was actually realized again, not to keep bringing it up, but in The Last of Us Part 2, like my fear was fully realized because I feel like Naughty Dog got me invested in Joel and Ellie's story. And it's not that they didn't continue their story, but in the middle of all that, they're like, yo, but we got this other character. And every time they tried to bring Abby, I'm like, I don't give a shit, bro. Like, I get what you're trying to do. And I appreciate, like, I can appreciate from an artistic, creative standpoint that you're like, we got to show you both sides. It's like, no, you don't. You don't have to. It's just making me enjoy it less. Like, there's literally nothing you can do to make me care about this character, Abby. I understand. Like, I have empathy. I get it. She's been through some shit, but my characters are Joel and Ellie. Like, that's who I started with. That's who I'm dying with. You know what I mean? Like, that's who I'm standing by. So, sorry. Like, this crazy artistic, you know, the like switcheroo that we're trying to throw you. Like, again, I get it. It's like, oh, they'll never see this coming. We're going to do the impossible. It's like, maybe, probably not. But, you know, that's where I start to disconnect when it's like it starts to feel forced. And that's the thing I wanted to bring up is that there was nothing inherently wrong about Abby or Lev or their stories and like the you know, the journey that they went on. The only thing that made me not enjoy it was that it was so deeply intertwined with Joel and Ellie's to a degree in which it's just like, why? Like, you know what I mean? Like, why? I just like, I don't know. I'm not going to go into a deep dive analysis of that again, but I guess I'm just saying that I have experienced that where it's like, it is always disappointing, you know, when you have a character or characters that are established and you are going to, you know, it's a tough thing, man. Again, I don't envy these writers. Adam CF, you're saying woke has become a meaningless term. It's a word which everyone projects their own biases and prejudices. Yeah, I do agree with that. Um, it's hard to really listen to anything that uses that term and take it seriously because, again, all I think to myself is I need you to explain because I see so many people use it for so many things. It's like, dude, what I'm thinking of when you say that, you might be talking about something completely opposite. Alan Gould, you're saying new Ghost. It's about a history in Japan, and that year there were many women warriors. It's almost a real story. People they don't understand what the game is about. Yeah, I'm gonna have to look deeper into it because some people were recommending to me like this one YouTube video where like the guy goes in depth and explains like why actually it's going to be pretty sick based off of when it's set, like the time period. So I'm definitely going to be looking into it, Alan. We also have Kyle Say stuff. He says it is completely accurate that there's a female warrior back in 1603 Edo period. We called it Onimusha or Onimusha. I don't know if I'm saying that correctly. Where it was a thing since 1000 AD. We only have a problem when it is not accurate, like Assassin's Creed Shadows. Yeah, I actually have some bonus topics here talking about Ubisoft. What the hell is going on, dude? I don't know what's going on with Ubisoft, bro, but yeah, that's what people were pointing out that this is actually historically accurate, and that fascinates me even more. Oh my god, Luna's screwing with Boss right now, pissing him off. He's like attacking her. Chill. But I appreciate the insight, guys. Like I said, I want to look deeper into this. Okay, hold on. I'm sorry. I'm sorry I have to keep like leaving my station here. But they keep, I don't know, Luna's getting really feisty with boss anymore. She just like doesn't give a shit. Talk about female warriors. She used to be afraid of boss, but now she's like a lot bigger. And now she just doesn't give a shit. All right. We have Josh Z. He says, hypocrisy at its finest. How many of these same people bitch that there are too many Horizon games, yet when another studio does move on immediately. Yeah, it is pretty funny to see. I mean, I just, excuse me. Sometimes I get the feeling that people want, like, when I think what happens is when people look back at, I want you to think about PlayStation in like 2019, 2020. Uncharted, Nathan Drake, Days Gone, Ghost of Tsushima, Horizon Zero Dawn. It was fresh at the time, you know. Bloodborne. I mean, I know that came out like 2015, but you know, The Last of Us. To be fair, The Last of Us came out even prior to that. But I'm just saying, like, it seems like there was this period of time in PlayStation where the games that they were making in like successive order, I think spoke to the same people, like back to back to back to back to back. And I think it just, and you know, throwing in Spider-Man 2018 as well, God of War 2018. And it's not to say that they were the same. It's not, because they weren't. There's many differentiating variables here between them. But generally speaking, I just think that in some ways it does seem like we can't win, because I don't know that Sony will ever have a trajectory that looks just like that again. But they can try if they want. But I think what we're just seeing now is things, you know, studios changing to a degree. Some studios going in different directions, and the pattern not necessarily repeating itself in the exact same way. Because at the beginning of this generation, there were too many complaints that, man, we're getting too many sequels now, you know, and that's all Sony's putting out is sequels. And then, you know, when we get either sequels or new IP, it's like, oh, well, now there's this problem. And it's like, I don't know. I've just come to, I guess, accept that no matter what PlayStation or Sony decides to do, there's always going to be certain problems that people will point out, or things that they believe are problems. And I've just decided, like, for me, I'm just going to evaluate everything on a case-by-case basis, you know, and I'm going to try not to let what one studio does or what they did influence how I feel about a completely different studio and what they're doing. It's hard to do that at times. I will admit, it's difficult to do that. But that's another reason why it's like I'm not going to jump on the case of Sucker Punch, because it's like, I get that there might be more people kind of hyper focused on PlayStation right now after the disaster that just was Concord. And again, kind of projecting certain stuff that came from that to this game. But it's like, I don't know, man. Like, Sucker Punch had literally nothing to do with that to any degree. And they've just been working away on this game for years, doing their own thing. So I'm just going to judge what Sucker Punch does with this game by itself. I'm going to let it stand on its own. But yeah, I get what you're saying, Josh. Dark Demon Media says, MBG, happy early birthday. My birthday was horrible yesterday, but traded my old PS5 for a Slim at GameStop. 1-for-1 trade and a Portal. I love the Portal. Well, I'm sorry to hear your birthday was bad, man. Hopefully today's going better for you. I'm sorry to hear that. That's interesting. You're saying you traded in your old PS5 for a Slim. So I guess you're passing on the PS5 Pro, Dark Demon Media. Faded Legend says, how hyped are you for Silent Hill 2 Remake? Never played the original, so don't know if I should get it. Do you think it will be good? Also, thanks for the streams. Well, thank you for showing up and watching, Faded Legend. I'm extremely excited for Silent Hill 2. As of right now, it's my most anticipated game. That's set for the remainder of this year, I would say. I mean, it looks like it's going to be very faithful. It looks extremely faithful to the original, but it looks like Bloober Team, there was a lot of concern, like, are they going to be able to really do this game justice? It seems like they threaded the needle here, man, just perfectly, where it's like they made just the right amount of changes to benefit the game and help elevate the game. But they didn't necessarily, go too far. I see that there was a milestone chat that was deleted by William Aguilar. William, what's going on with that, man? Should I be concerned? PlayStation Pete says, I bought the 30th anniversary PS5 Pro for $4,278. Seller has a digital receipt from PlayStation Direct. God damn. PlayStation Pete. PlayStation Pete dropping a cool 4.2K. We'll just round it up, 4.3K. On the 30th anniversary PS5 Pro. Man. Well, if it makes you happy, man, that's all that matters, right? If you have the money and it's not necessarily an irresponsible purchase, then there you go, bro. That's crazy. You have to let me know. You have to let me know when you get it, PlayStation Pete, if it's everything you hoped it would be. Yeah, are you planning on opening it? Oh, you know what? Hold on. Okay. Steranko, you're saying, I bet you people would be pissed if the next God of War is Atreus as the main and he's a man. It's about replacement more than anything else to me. That's a good point, Steranko. Yeah, I didn't think about that. Because you're right. Like, people would be pissed because it's like, yo, I want to play as Kratos. And yeah, and that's why I'm saying, and we're going to move on. I want to talk about this topic with Xbox. I'm just wrapping up these super chats. I just want to say, in regards to this, to kind of put a bow on it, Steranko, when I said earlier that I think too many people are kind of crossing wires here and just like trying to, bring something over here that doesn't necessarily belong over here and mix it in, where like what you're describing, I think it's very reasonable. Like, yeah, I would also be a little bit disappointed at the idea of like, oh, this next mainline God of War game, you're playing as Atreus. Kratos is there, but he's kind of in the background. But the main character now is Atreus, full-grown man, God now, And yeah, and I do think like those are valid reasons, because the reasons why people are attached to the character, again, it has nothing to do with gender, politics, or anything like that. It just has to do with, I like the character of Kratos, and to me that like he is the God of War, and I think that's important to differentiate from like people who are bringing in gender or identity politics or any of that bullshit into it, where it's like, I think that's where the water is getting very muddy for a lot of people, where I think a lot of people honestly just don't know, not you guys, but more generally speaking, I can see it. Like a lot of people just, they just think I should just be upset because it's modern female gaming and whatnot. And it's like, no. Like if you say I'm sad about Ghost of Yotei because I liked Jin and I really wanted to play as Jin again, that's all that needs to be said, and that makes the most sense, And I think that's very relatable and fair. I just want to point this out too. I saw there was this writer from The Verge who put out, I'm not going to name names, but they clearly put out rage bait. Surprise, surprise. A gaming journalist putting out rage bait. But they put out a picture of Jin Sakai and said, I'm paraphrasing what they said, but they essentially were like, this boring ass, uninteresting man is who everybody is, getting upset about. And I was so close. I was so close to replying and saying something, but I didn't, because I just realized, like, no, you win. I'm not going to let you win this. I'm not giving you the engagement. I'm not giving you the attention. That's a fucking atrocious take. And, like, nobody feels that way. So I decided not to. I'm so glad I didn't. But it was just so stupid to see that, because it just goes to show my theory is correct. My theory is correct that the extremist vocal minority exists on both sides, where you have people screeching that, like, it's a female and that's a problem. And then you have people on the other side screeching Jin was a horrible, boring man character. And I'm like, you're both fucking, just leave. Please. You're both ruining it for everybody. I'm not saying you have to say that Jin Sakai was the most interesting, character ever written. No, but there's no way you played Ghost of Tsushima and walked away saying, like, this character did not have anything interesting to bring to the table at all. Like, I do think that's unfair, because that to me is just objectively false. Like, you don't have to say he was the most interesting character or your favorite or even the most relatable, but I think it's just objectively false to try to claim that, that it was a boring, uninteresting, unrelatable character. And I'm like, that's just pure bait at that point. So screw him, And then I decided I didn't give in. And Silent Spartan comes in, keeping the member train going today. Silent Spartan drops another 10 bomb on you guys.
Holy shit.
Silent Spartan, thank you so much, man. That just brought us up to 41 members on the day. Let's get some W's. Let's get some W's flowing in the chat for Silent Spartan. Again, to everybody who got gifted a membership gift today, me and Mrs. MBG just did about an hour and a half long gameplay session of Astrobot, and people seem to really enjoy that. So go check that out. Let me update this here. And so, yeah, with Silent Spartan's 10 bomb here, he basically set you guys up. 9 more members gets us to a second goal today. 9 more members gets us to 50. So if you guys want to make that happen, by all means, it's in your hands. A 10 bomb does it. 2 5 bombs. Or 9 individual gifts. That would be pretty funny. Guys, can we get 9 individual gifts from different people? Like back to back, just like 9 straight up to get to 50? That would be a first. But yeah, Silent Spartan, thank you for that, bro. William Aguilar with a dual super chat here. He says, to Revens and anyone else I knew Ghost of Yotei would be revealed in September since May when I bet the showcase. What we all knew I actually meant was first-party reveals. State of Plays didn't used to reveal first parties. They didn't used to do first-party reveals, but now they can. Ghost of Yotei was revealed as I knew it would be, so I won the bet. I made it because I knew about Ghost 2. William is stressing over here, bro. William, where's my 50 bomb, bro? God damn it, William. No, I'm just kidding, bro. It's not that. Are you guys, wait, is there like an argument going on over this? It's not that serious, bro. It's all good. It's all good. William's like, my honor, my integrity. Oh, so Hen Revens is going against what you're saying? Oh, it's all, guys, it's not, come on, it's not that serious. It's not that serious. And William, I'll read this now since you just dropped it. You're saying from here on, anyone that says I didn't honor the bet will be temporarily timed out. I won the bet. The old difference between the State of Play and Showcase is that State of Play didn't used to have first-party reveals. That changed. I knew about Ghost of Yotei since May. All right, chill. It's William. It's all good, man. It's all good. We don't have to go around banning people. It's not that serious. William is drunk with power. Stand down, William. Stand down. If it makes you feel any better, William, all right? I don't think it was a matter, well, first off, I didn't take the bet seriously. But I'm in agreement with you when you say that it was about first-party presence. We were speculating, to be clear, we were speculating on whether or not it would be a showcase or a State of Play. And I will say this, William, we were in agreement. We were in agreement that first party, that the term showcase may get retired unofficially because we're going to start seeing first party reveals at State of Play. So I will admit we are in agreement in that sense. But I just want to clear things up, William. Don't stress over it, bro. Like I didn't take that bet seriously. People say stuff all the time, and it's not meant to be taken seriously. You know, it's like I'm not gonna ever go to somebody and be like, you fucking lost that bet, you son of a bitch. You're gonna drop my membership gifts. No, dude. William, you supported the channel plenty of times in the past, man, and that's interesting. You said you knew about Ghost of Yotei since May. I mean, in May, they did drop the Astrobot reveal. And that was like a, I wouldn't say it's as big, right? I don't know that Ghost of Yotei or Astrobot's as big as something like Ghost of Yotei. But, and you're saying he said that State of Play was a showcase equivalent or close? William, you're saying I took it seriously because it is my honor. I definitely have the money for the membership gifts. Well, it's cool, man. I mean, I don't know that I would look at it as won or lost in the sense that I look at it as it kind of checked off both boxes simultaneously. I'm going to be honest, man. Like, and you know why I say this? Because, William, if we look back in 2021, and I want you guys to think about this for a moment. In 2021, Sony had a showcase. They called it a PlayStation Showcase. And it happened in September, just like we saw here. And it was about 35 to 40 minutes long. And you know what it was? For the first 30 minutes of that showcase, not a State of Play, for the first 30 minutes of that showcase, they showed nothing but third-party games. And I remember people were losing their minds, myself included, because they were just showing third-party games. And people were like, bro, this is not a showcase. And then what Sony decided to do is the last 5 to 10 minutes were simply reserved for first party. And it's really interesting that when we look at this State of Play that just occurred, it basically was the same thing. It essentially was the same thing. Granted, there wasn't as much of a first party presence, but they basically were like, look, we're going to do the first, although they opened it with Astro. That's worth noting. So that was a first party. But outside of Astro, they basically were like, look, the first like 20 to 25 minutes are going to just be, it's just going to be like mostly third party. And people were getting like, I was getting restless. And then the last like 5 to 10 minutes, they're like, all right, now we're just going to focus on all our first party stuff. Where they're doing PS Plus reveals, they're doing the Horizon remaster reveal, and then they're closing it with Ghost of Yotei. So I think at this point, it might be safe to say that showcases might be over, and that Sony has decided that going forward, they're just going to do a state of play like every quarter, and they're going to try to have some level of first party presence. Like the days of having like a showcase where it's like 3 or 4 first party reveals, I think that might be over. It would be cool if I was wrong. I would totally welcome being wrong about that, but I could kind of see, I don't know, man. I could kind of see like Sony basically just being like, this is how we're going to reveal first party. But William, I'm going to ask though, like just I don't want you banning anybody or whatever, like over bets. I get it. You have your honor and that's fine. And I can respect that, but it's not, at the end of the day, I don't think it's that serious. We're just talking about speculation on upcoming shows and upcoming reveals. And I don't want people getting into like arguments, that lead to nonsense happening. But William, you're saying well, we'll see, man. You're saying that you're the same source that told you that is telling you they're going to have a show in December. I'll be there, man. No more bets. All right, I appreciate that, William. Thank you for clarifying. All right. Maybe we'll do no more betting on the channel. You got a bunch of gambling addicts over here. No more betting. We'll just see what happens. Okay. All right. I appreciate you letting me know. No, come on. I don't want to see any. No, William's not a bad mod. I don't want to see any shit talking. William, I don't want to see you take things personally, but I don't want to see anybody shit talking William. All right? We're going to nip it in the bud right now. I don't want to see anybody shit talking, and I don't want to see William taking anything personal. The reason being is because this is nonsense. William's been good to the channel. But, all right. Kane's asking what happened with Crapsoft. We're going to talk about it. Yeah, we're going to move on to that now. I just have a couple more chats that I've been neglecting. I apologize. Vincent says, would you rather a big dump of game announcements or a consistent announcement drip, or maybe a dump plus slow drip of progress? I just love the terminology you chose there, Vincent. I think I kind of prefer, I don't know. I mean, having the big game dump, right? Like that's like a bunch of awesome announcements at one time. But if Sony wants to spread them out, but kind of give us updates in between, I'm like okay with that. I'm actually, I think, completely okay with that. But I do feel like if Sony is in a good position where it's like we have a bunch of studios that are ready to reveal, because think about it, that does happen. It's like we have 2 or 3 studios ready to reveal their games. I don't think you're going to necessarily ask them to just each hold off. If they want to reveal, I would assume Sony would be like, oh, we can do a showcase then. you know? Like maybe that's how they'll look at it going forward. But I don't know if Sony wants to do it like more spread out throughout the year, an announcement here, an announcement there, and then some smaller updates in between. I'd be cool with that. But I mean, Sony did prove with that Ghost of Yotei announcement that, yeah, State of Plays can certainly surprise, man. Kyle Say Stuff says, what if Sony restocks the 30th anniversary edition? That would be amazing, but I would not anticipate that. The reason why I would say is because, well, they had 12,300 units of the 30th anniversary edition. But, I mean, they could create non-numbered versions, but if they do that, I don't know, it gets messy at that point. So I'm going to say that they're not going to restock them. What I could see them doing, though, and this would be pretty funny, I could see Sony basically being like, we're going to sell the plates separately. So you can make your own. They could do that, but Silent Spartan, you're saying that Let's Play you did with Mrs. MBG was hilarious. Hope you got a good dryer. Thank you. Yeah. I went with GE this time. I did some research, and everything I read said that GE is like probably the most dependable. So here's hoping, Silent Spartan, that we made a good choice. And my God, man, there's just when your appliances break down, you're just like, what the F, man? But I guess it happens, you know? It happens. I'm glad you enjoyed it, though, Silent Spartan. Chris Brown, you're saying, I'm glad they keep quiet now. Sony showed everything in E3 2016 and then got teased and no release dates for 2 to 3 years. Death Stranding, 1 million teasers. Yeah, I think it is safe to say that people are pleasantly surprised, at least I was, when Ghost of Yotei was revealed that, oh, by the way, it's coming next year. Could it get delayed? It could. Of course it could. I think everybody's aware of that. But the fact that they waited this long to reveal it tells me that they must feel pretty confident that they're going to hit this release, because if they weren't, they could have just kind of waited, you know? I mean, it would have changed how people viewed this state of play, but clearly Sony's they've made it known that, look, man, they're not going to force their studios to reveal if they're not ready to reveal. So, yeah, I think we're going to see just this type of approach going forward with Sony. I think it makes the most sense. We are going to talk about this Xbox topic. I just got to double check something. So this topic comes from Jason Schreier once again, by the way, where Jason Schreier was on the Spawncast podcast, and he gave an interesting response when asked about the state of Xbox. So this is what, let me see if I can just bring up the audio. Well, I'll just read the quote. So, quote, Xbox is such a mess right now. I feel like their plan is changing every single year. Right now, they're talking about teasing a handheld over and over again, but who knows? A year ago, they were saying Indiana Jones was never coming to PlayStation, so they change their minds every month. They're just a disaster over there. It's really sad. End quote. That is coming from Jason Schreier, where he's straight up saying that Xbox is a disaster. And, I do want to bring up Xbox here for a little bit. And, I know that there are going to be people who, not in the chat, but probably people later on when I inevitably get clipped, that get triggered by what I have to say about Xbox, which is unfortunate, because it's like, I don't know, man, if there's anything that should trigger these people, it should literally be what Xbox is doing, because Xbox seems to. I agree with what Jason Schreier's saying here. It just seems to be like, I don't know if I agree that it's a disaster, but I just saw that there were more layoffs at Activision Blizzard, dude. Like, what? It maybe I do agree, actually, the more I think about it, where it's like, I don't know what the fuck you're doing. I really just do not believe at this point in time that Xbox actually knows what they're doing. I don't. I don't think Phil Spencer, I think he lost the plot. I think this was a little mean, but I did notice it, where people were putting out pictures of Phil Spencer at TGS and like comparing it to how he looked even just like a few years ago, and how like he looks like I don't know, like he's just very stressed and whatever. And, I just don't think that Xbox is in a good spot right now. I think that there's an immense amount of pressure on the Xbox division to produce real results that Microsoft as a company can look at and say, so this is why we invested like $75 billion into this division, so we could achieve this. Because right now, they're not really achieving much of anything. Obviously, we are on the cusp of Black Ops 6 releasing, and it'll be interesting to see what results that yields. But what I will say is this look of Microsoft just constantly laying people off after they acquired Activision Blizzard. I'm not here to like jump on them for that, because the reality is, if Activision Blizzard wasn't acquired, these layoffs would probably still be happening. I don't know if they would be as aggressive, but they would happen. So I don't want to make it sound like that's purely Xbox's fault, but I just think it's interesting to kind of assess where Xbox is right now, because we just went through a whole month of Sony doing all this crazy shit where they got Astro Bot 94 on Metacritic. People are talking about it being a Game of the Year contender. Then a $700 PS5 Pro. Then they do a state of play and they have a surprise reveal. And in the midst of all this, I feel like Xbox has been doing nothing. I feel like Xbox has just kind of been in the shadows, kind of being pretty quiet. And, people are looking, the most I saw people bring Xbox up was when the PS5 Pro was revealed, and they're like, well, does Sony feel like they can get away with this because they don't have competition from Xbox? But I tried to explain to people that no, that's not how this works at this point. If Xbox were to make a mid-generation refresh console, it would also be $700. Just look at the fact that there's currently a $600 Xbox Series X with no enhancements other than a higher, has more storage, So it just seems to me that Xbox is in this position where I don't know that anything has really changed, to be quite honest. And that is nuts to me, where when I say nothing has really changed, I just mean that, like, according to Microsoft, Xbox still just isn't delivering. That's not even according to me. I liked Xbox's showcase this year. I think they did a good job, but I don't know, man. I really firmly believe everything. I don't know if it's hyperbolic to say everything, but dude, like 80% of like Xbox and what we think we know and what we know and everything in between, it hinges on Call of Duty, man. I'm telling you. I think it hinges on Call of Duty because I get this feeling based off of everything we've heard and everything we know, and hearing this from Jason Schreier of all people, where he's like, dude, it's a disaster over there. Like they don't know what like he's basically saying like they just don't know what they're doing. And I'm telling you, it's because they need to know what Call of Duty is going to do for them. Modern Warfare 3, yeah. Hold on, guys. Mrs. MBG just had to chime in and let me know that she thinks it would be a good idea for me to make a butterscotch emoji. So keep that in mind, chat. Hold me to that. Anyway, I think that it's maybe, I don't know if it's fair to look at Call of Duty Modern Warfare 3 to get our answer for Xbox, because Call of Duty MW3 was a rushed game and it did not launch into Game Pass. Black Ops 6 has a completely different situation lined up for it, where people are excited for it because it feels like a full game, like not something that was rushed. People are excited because it's more Black Ops, it's Treyarch, it's their turn up to bat again, and it is launching day one into Game Pass. And I just have this feeling that right now, basically everybody at Xbox is kind of waiting there with bated breath for October 25th to come around and to see, like, this is why we bought them. Like, this is why we spent $69 billion. Like, yes, it was for Blizzard, and yes, it was for the other studios at Activision, but the reality is they bought them for Call of Duty more than anything. I mean, people have said that $69 billion was overpaid. I mean, yeah, I'm not saying they didn't buy them for the mobile division as well, but all in all, it's like you only pay that amount. You don't pay that amount of money unless you get something like Call of Duty. You know? Candy Crush, that's fine. And yeah, I'm not saying that their mobile division isn't going to make them a lot of money, but I guess what I'm trying to say is, like, Microsoft can survive with just having Candy Crush at the end of the day as their gaming division and King as their gaming division. But Xbox needs something totally different. Xbox can't survive with Candy Crush. Xbox can't survive with just, mobile division. Xbox needs something that's going to get Game Pass where it's got to go. Mark my words, if Game Pass if Call of Duty Black Ops 6 does not show a significant shift for Game Pass, if it does not signal a significant shift for Game Pass, you're going to see Microsoft get, I don't know, if I'm not the type of person to throw around the term full slate. I know people use that term, but I think that's what determines whether it's full slate or not. Like, so is Game Pass going to fucking grow or not? And if the answer is yes, like, damn, Black Ops 6 is doing it, baby. We knew it. We knew this would work. Then I think Microsoft kind of pulls back a bit on their, like, strategy. I think that if Call of Duty can be the thing that gets Game Pass where it needs to be, then at that point they won't need PlayStation. That's the point. You see games going over to PlayStation because Microsoft is signaling that, like, right now we need it. Like, we need that money right now. But if they can really inflate the subscriber count of Game Pass thanks to Call of Duty, they're not going to need it. They're not going to need that extra revenue out of desperation from Sony. And on the other hand, if this doesn't work, I think that's it, man. I think Microsoft is really going to struggle to continue to justify Game Pass unless they just continue to increase the price, which the more they increase the price, the more people are going to be like, wait, what was the point of this again? But Xbox is just in such a strange position at this point where, I don't know, man. Like, it's hard to even talk about them because it just feels like they're not. I mean, it genuinely feels like they gave up. It feels like they truly have stopped trying to compete in the traditional sense, and now we're just here, you know. Yaron, you're saying Sony also laid off 900. Then, boss, get away from there. Then about 200 to 470. I would say both Sony and Xbox are in trouble. Even Nintendo said that they will make less games with the Switch too. Hold on. Boss. Come on, get away from my wires, bro. All right. I'll give you just like 3 more. All right. That's it. That's all you're getting. Yeah, no, I hear you, Yaron, and I'm not trying to make it sound like, you know, Sony doesn't have their own problems. Sony definitely does. But I will tell you this, man. I feel like Sony actually, if there's one thing they've done this month, for the month of September, if there's one thing that they've done, is they have reassured me to a certain extent that they know what they're doing. You know? Like, oh, so it turns out that the reason why we haven't seen the roadmap is because they're kind of waiting till these games are very close to being done to reveal them. To whereas people were trying to make it seem like the reason why we're not seeing these games is because there are none. Sony studios are mismanaged. None of these games are going to be ready. And I'm not saying that every studio is going to be ready to fire off now. I don't think that's the case at all. But it gave me a reassurance that, oh, okay, so it is just a change in strategy. It's not actually as... Because I was starting to think, like, could it be that Sony just truly mismanaged their studios to oblivion and all these games are many years away? It's like, no, dude, the next Ghost game is going to be ready next year. And that even surprised me, dude. I thought the next Ghost game, I started to think like, man, maybe it's going to need a lot longer. Maybe it won't be ready till late 2026 or maybe even early 2027. And they do that. They have the PS5 Pro, and, you know, the PS5 Pro, I understand it's not for everybody, but as we see more of it, you know, we see that the developers are gravitating towards it. They're taking advantage of it. And the outcome we're seeing with things like PSSR, it's like, huh, it's actually pretty good. And I don't know, man. No. You can't. No, boss, you cannot come up here. And he comes up here anyway. Okay. I know you guys can't see him at all, but God, this is dangerous. Boss, please get down. Hold on. Get down. You gotta go. Go. Get. No. Holy shit. You guys have no idea. Crisis averted, bro. Boss just jumped down and his back paw was this close to landing directly on not just the power strip, but you know the button on the power strip that turns it off? This stream was about to get totally shut down. Can you guys stop fighting? Get out. But I don't know, man. Like when I look at the things that Sony is doing right now versus the things that Microsoft is doing, I'm not saying that people who are enjoying Xbox or still like Xbox, I'm not saying they shouldn't. I'm just saying for me, like, I don't think there's any comparison, at least as of right now. I feel like Microsoft really at this point in time does feel more like a third-party publisher that bought their games. You know, they bought these studios, they paid to have these games, which is fine. You know, like that's a viable solution and that's a viable way to go about it. But they bought these games and they said, we want to publish these games and make all the money on these games. And that's fine. But that doesn't feel like at all what Sony's doing. Sony still feels like they're still taking the console business very seriously. It feels like they're still out here trying to, I would say, appeal to a certain type of gamer that, I understand that they kind of, maybe people try to make fun of it and whatnot, where it's like, and yeah, that's true, Roshdom. I'm not saying Sony hasn't made their mistakes. No, they definitely have. I guess what I'm trying to really say here is that I don't even know what to say about Xbox at this point. You're saying, but MBG, the Xbox 2025 lineup is superior to Sony hands down. What games does Xbox have coming in 2020? I don't even know at this point, dude. I mean, I know they have like Doom, and I know that they have Indiana Jones. Well, Indiana Jones is in December of this year. So there's Doom. What else is coming in 2025 for Xbox? Oh yeah, Avowed. I forgot that got delayed. So there's Avowed, Doom. Is Fable confirmed for 2025? That'd be cool. I mean, that'd be interesting if Fable came out next year. I mean, it's been in development for a long time. Saying we're downplaying Doom now because it's Xbox. No, I wouldn't say Doom looks really good. I would say it's just a matter of like, if you're on PlayStation, you can play it. It's a non, I don't know. This is what I mean. You see what I'm saying? Where it's like, I don't know how to talk about Xbox anymore. Like it almost starts to feel like the lineup, like when we build the Xbox lineup for 2025, that doesn't feel like it's in competition to Sony. It just feels like we may as well, let's look at EA's lineup. Let's look at Ubisoft's lineup. Let's look at Take-Two's lineup. It starts to feel more like that, where it's like, damn, I don't know. There's nothing wrong with that, but it's just like, damn, Xbox has really kind of been, I don't want to say relegated to a full third-party publisher, but even the biggest game that I just mentioned, like the game that's supposed to do the heaviest lifting for them, is releasing on PlayStation 5. And it's like the most pre-ordered game on PS5. It's just so weird. I don't know. The Activision Blizzard thing has completely transformed the entire conversation, competitively speaking, between these two companies. Stephen Leon using his milestone chat saying, bro, you give Microsoft too much credit. Everything they're doing is their fault. They bit off more than they can chew. Oh, yeah. Stephen, I will say this, bro. They absolutely bit off more than they could chew. I'd be shocked if they can chew it and swallow it down. It doesn't seem, I don't know. I'm not convinced. And you drop 10 member gifts on top of that. Stephen Leon coming in with the 10 bomb to get us over 50 members gifted today. Absolutely incredible.
I sacrificed everything for my people. And I would do it again.
Getting some Jin Sakai in there for Stephen Leon. Thank you for that, bro. But Stephen, when you say specifically that Microsoft bit off more than they can chew, or Xbox did, or whoever, I think you're right. I think you're right at the end of the day, where I don't foresee Microsoft being able to properly manage everything that they have. Because I'm telling you, I see it happening. I say this as a Call of Duty fan. I like Call of Duty. It's not my favorite game ever, but it's a franchise that I've been playing since I was really young. Like I've been playing, I was there for the peak, and I'm still probably I'm gonna get Black Ops 6 at the very least for zombies, but probably I hope I can get into the multiplayer. I struggled with the beta, but I like Call of Duty, and it is crazy to me that this franchise is in Microsoft's hands now, dude. Like, I am fully anticipating that Call of Duty is going to die in the next 5 to 6 years. And it's going to be because Microsoft has no fucking idea what they're doing. They didn't know what they were doing with Halo. They didn't know what they were doing with any of their other like, look at the Forza Motorsport series. I saw people talking about that earlier. They were like Forza Motorsport versus Horizon. And listen, the only reason Horizon has been able to stay as good as it is because that's Playground, dude. Like, Microsoft is at least smart to know, like, yo, Playground Games knows what they're doing. Don't fuck with them. But look at Forza Motorsport 7 from their own, that's supposed to be like the main racing franchise, and it's like a laughing stock. The development team just totally fucked it up. And I mean, Gears looks like it could make a good comeback with E-Day, but I don't know, man. I don't trust, and I'm not, to be clear, I'm not saying I would trust Sony either. I want to make that clear. I don't want it to get, because I know what people are going to be, how they're going to get. I'm not saying I would trust Sony with Call of Duty. I would not trust Sony with Call of Duty. I'm just saying that Call of Duty, it's a well-oiled machine, and I know people absolutely despised Bobby Kotick, and he seemed like a real a-hole businessman, just as toxic as it gets. But at the same time, like, all these high up executives at Activision that are now gone, like, whether people want to accept it or not, like, they are a huge reason why Call of Duty has been able to stay on top. I'm not saying, I mean, you could make the argument Call of Duty should have seen a downfall a decade ago. Like, they should have, Call of Duty should not be as relevant as it is now. You could make that argument. But there's no denying that it's going to be a whole new group of people making decisions about the future of Call of Duty. And I'm just fully anticipating that, dude, Call of Duty is going to die underneath Microsoft, because why the fuck, like, who would have confidence? This is a serious question I have. Who would have confidence in Microsoft, shepherding the future of Call of Duty? Like, what would give you that confidence? I would be, like, if Call of Duty was like my main franchise, like, this is my shit, I would be fucking terrified, dude. I'd be like, there ain't no way. Like, this is the company that's going to take care of it now. Now, to be fair, I'm not saying that there's like really many other companies out there that I would trust, but I don't know, dude. I think that Microsoft has proven they don't know what they're fucking doing. They just don't. And if they do know what they're doing, we have yet to see that in front of us. What is Xbox's lineup in 2024? For as good as their lineup in 2025 is looking, let's see. I saw Xbox players holding on to Hellblade 2 for years, myself included. This is why I'm saying Xbox players, they get all fucking triggered and all bent out of shape with what I have to say, but what they don't ever tell you is, wait, weren't you excited for that game too? Yes, I was. I was excited for Hellblade 2, and I played Hellblade 2. But this was a game that was announced alongside the Xbox Series X, and I saw Xbox players, and myself included, dude, I remember having conversations with you guys about, bro, I wonder if, like, Hellblade 2 could be like competition to Naughty Dog and The Last of Us. Like, I actually said that, and like, not non-facetiously. I said that in earnest. And then I played it, and I was just like, God damn it. And I don't know what to say about that, where it's like, this is just the thing, man, is like Microsoft went for the juggler with Call of Duty. Microsoft is the epitome of, we can't make it, so we just got to buy it. And that's fine. I'm not saying there's anything wrong with that. But where things do need to be, I think, where caution and skepticism does need to be exercised is, so the company that couldn't make it themselves at all, like the company that was doing so badly that they were on the ropes because they kept trying to make it and it kept failing, and they kept trying to make it and it kept failing. They just basically took all their money and bought the thing that did make it. And that's what's going to... So I guess what I'm trying to say is, like, Xbox is not carrying Activision Blizzard. Activision Blizzard is carrying Xbox. And what's weird about it is that Xbox is still the one in charge. That you see where I'm saying? That's where the concern is that I remember hearing, I forget where I heard it, but somebody was saying that, like, dude, Bobby Kotick should have been the new CEO of Xbox because he would have straightened their shit out. He would have actually built the Xbox brand into, I don't know if I agree with that, but I'm just saying, like, there was somebody who had said that, like, the leadership that ran Call of Duty and Activision and Blizzard should have been the people who came in to replace the current leadership of Xbox, not the other way around. And I'm like, that actually makes total sense on paper if you think about it. That would have been, yeah, I agree. That would have been a PR nightmare, though. Yeah. Maybe business-wise it would have made sense, but PR-wise, yeah, those are some shitty optics. Good luck with that. But everything has its price, man. Who's to say that the success that Activision Blizzard has enjoyed over the last 20 years, who's to say that success, the price may have been this, right? What we saw. It's like, here's all the dirty laundry being aired out. Yeah, it turns out these upper echelon, these C-suite executives are fucking trash. Like trash people. Like, this is how they were able to make this work. Ice Razor, you're saying MBG, if COD was promoted as an enhanced game for the PS5 Pro, would it move a lot of pro units? Matt Booty told you that games are bigger than hardware. The Disney of games. I don't know. I mean, it would be cool if Call of Duty, as somebody who's getting both, like I'm getting the Pro and Call of Duty, I would love to. I'm surprised it's not enhanced. Like, that's actually a little concerning to me. Like, yo, Microsoft, what are you doing, bro? You telling them not to enhance the Pro version? I don't know. But I don't know, man. We'll see. Like, I'm not trying to. Xbox has got, Microsoft as a company is now in charge of Xbox. And because of that, what I know is that any chance there may have been for Xbox to kind of do things differently is out the window. And that's what makes it, I don't want to say difficult, but almost uninteresting at this point for me to talk about Xbox. Like, the reality is there are going to be Xbox games, like Xbox games I play in the future that I will enjoy. Again, Call of Duty, that's owned by Microsoft. That's a Microsoft game now, right? And I'm sure I'll enjoy it just fine. I don't know if I'm going to play Indiana Jones, but there will be stuff that comes that I'll play, that I'll enjoy. But I just know that it's like, this is not in the name of competition anymore. And because it's not in the name of competition, there's overall just a different essence that comes from this brand that is new and not what it was previously. I don't know if that makes sense, but I don't trust Microsoft with Call of Duty any more than I trust Sony to make a competent hero shooter. There. Is that even the playing field for everybody? Hopefully that makes it easier to understand like where I'm coming from, where I just think that these companies, and Sony is included in this, they get desperate, sometimes desperate. I don't know if desperate's the right word to use, but I'll just use it. They get desperate to find a level of success that they just are struggling to find on their own. And they just think, I don't know, I'm not saying it's a flawed mindset. I'm just saying it's an uninteresting mindset. They think that if they just buy these things, it's like if Marathon is a big hit, like Sony didn't make Marathon. You know? If Marathon's a big, super mega hit, Sony didn't make that game. They bought the team that made that game as they were making it. And then they slapped the Sony logo on it and they said, this is ours. But then again, if Sony has to fall on the knife for Concord, then I guess maybe Sony should be able to celebrate the success of maybe something like Marathon. And so if we extend that to Microsoft, then Microsoft will be allowed to celebrate the success of Call of Duty, but they will also have to fall on the knife if they fuck it up, you know? And I understand why we look at things that way and why people kind of focus on that, where it's like the W's and the L's and who's doing what. But I don't know. I'm a bottom line type of person, and I want to know, like, bottom line, like, bro, what is the future of Call of Duty under Xbox? I don't know, man. Like, I legitimately don't have any frame of reference right now where it's like, what could I look at that Microsoft has done that could give me faith, that could allow me to trust them with Call of Duty? The only thing I can think of is Halo, man, and that does the opposite of give me confidence. And I say that from a player perspective, not, you know, because I think, to be clear, I don't think if Call of Duty were to fail, it's going to take a long time. Like, it's not going to be like 2028 is here and Call of Duty is a dumpster fire. I mean, it could be. I mean, that'd be they'd have to speed run that shit, but. No, I think Call of Duty, it's like you'd have to do something so fucking stupid, you know? But, I mean, I don't know, man. I think the future for Xbox is Game Pass and third-party publishing. And outside of that, I just don't know that Xbox is in really any better of a position than any of these other. I mean, I guess you could argue they are because they paid to be in this position, but realistically, it just seems to me that 2024 revealed that all of these companies, it's every man for themselves, you know, where it's like, y'all better figure out your shit because competition isn't going to matter. Survival is going to matter. And Microsoft found their way to survive. Sony found their way. Nintendo found their way. And when we look at all these Steam obviously is fine. When we look at all these third-party publishers, they're all trying to find their way too. And I guess what we're trying to figure out when we evaluate the crazy decisions that Xbox is making and the ups and the downs, and then we look at Sony and then we look at everything outside of that, we're really just trying to figure out, well, who fucking knows? Like, who actually seems to have a good grip on what's going down and is seemingly going to be able to forge a path forward? And that's why I find these conversations still to be somewhat interesting, because Sony seemingly found their way for now. And their way is, I don't know, it's something that speaks to me. But Microsoft found their way too, bro. That's the crazy irony about this conversation is for everything I'm saying, I'm going to be buying Silent Hill 2. I'm going to be buying Until Dawn, and I'm looking forward to these games. But I'm also going to be buying Black Ops 6. And it's like, you got me, Microsoft. Like, you got me, I sit here and I question how? How did it all go down like this? Like, how did you make it this far? How did you mess up as many times as you have, but still you're doing just fine? And it's like, our parent company's Microsoft, bro. We could do what Sony couldn't. We bought Call of Duty. I'm like, all right, you got me. And it's very interesting to still kind of evaluate, even as all this time goes by, to evaluate like where all these pieces either have fallen or where they're continuing to fall, like where we're kind of seeing them. Like this is where it's going to land, seemingly. But what is interesting, I will say this, is I don't mean to hyperfixate on Call of Duty. It's hard not to because we're so close to it now. Seems like more competition is coming, ironically enough, at least in this space, and not from Sony, which is comical to me because it's like, I really need to know if Sony has a proper shooter planned or not, because it's like, I'm not saying you can make a direct Call of Duty competitor. Obviously not. That's just not practical or realistic. But dude, we have EA gearing up with Battlefield, like essentially a reboot. It's like we're going back to the heyday of Battlefield 3 and 4. And I got to admit, as somebody who walked away from Battlefield a long time ago, I saw what they had to say about it and I'm like, all right, I'll be paying close attention. And then you have games like Delta Force coming out next year. And I just think it's like kind of comical that it's like, bro, Sony, I don't know, man. Didn't you kind of learn not to become overly reliant on any one of these games? But maybe, I don't know. Maybe they're fine. You think Battlefield is better than Call of Duty? Oh, I think I had a direct donation as well. Did I miss a direct donation? Hold on. No, okay. I was just losing my mind. Don't put too much faith in Vince Zampella. He's overseeing 6 games, by the way. Holy shit. Yeah, that's a tough one. But I don't know, man. Xbox, I will say this. As a PlayStation player who has played and likely will continue to play some Xbox games here and there, mainly now Call of Duty in the future, I do think that when it comes to Xbox's communication in terms of just making it clear like what they're doing, why they're doing it, and what, more importantly, what we can expect moving forward, I think that has been a disaster. I think that, it's still completely up in the air, like what games are coming to PlayStation versus which ones aren't. Like, for example, we know for a fact Blade is going to be a PlayStation game. We know for a fact that Indiana Jones is now a PlayStation game. It seems safe to say Elder Scrolls 6 will be a PlayStation game. But then you still have, what about Gears of War E-Day? What about Fable? What's going on there? And I'm not saying that Microsoft can't be allowed to pick and choose. They absolutely can. It's your games. Pick and choose as much as you want. But I guess what I'm just saying is that we've just reached this kind of point where it's like, Microsoft, which is it here, man? And that's why I'm saying I'm going to be paying very close attention to the performance of Call of Duty on Game Pass, because I truly think that that's going to be what either makes them cross that line where they're like, all right, Phil, we waited as long as we could. We gave it till a full new proper Call of Duty, and it still wasn't enough. Here's the mandate. Full slate. You know what I mean? Like, I wouldn't be shocked if that's how it plays out. But on the other side of that, I also wouldn't be shocked if it's like, damn, we're glad we listened to you, Phil, and we held out a little bit longer because Black Ops 6, Call of Duty is doing exactly what we needed it to. So don't worry. You can, we don't need the full slate to make this work anymore. That's what I really think that's what this hinges on. And that's what I'm most interested in, because that's what's going to impact me most of all as a PlayStation player. I will say, man, I can't help but notice that Microsoft seems to be completely ignoring the PS5 Pro. They seem to be completely ignoring the PS5 Pro, and I'm really kind of like wondering, like, Microsoft, are you gonna have any of your games support the Pro, or are you just is that just like a? I mean, I could like understand why they're like, nah. I could totally understand that. It's an awkward, it's a weird look. It's that's gonna be really bad PR. It's like, sorry guys, we're not doing a mid-gen refresh for our own fans, but we will support the competition's mid-gen refresh. That's going to be a really, really tough PR nightmare to navigate. So I could understand. But as a PlayStation player, I would appreciate it. I would appreciate it. I mean, you're putting... Can we get some of that Black Ops 6 PS5 Pro action going on? Come on, Microsoft. I don't think anybody's going to be mad. Some of that Indiana Jones PS5 Pro action, you know what I'm saying? Doom? Get some of that pisser action for Microsoft games? I don't know. To just make it 4K 60 on the Pro and be done with it. You know what? Actually, now that I'm thinking about it, what could they really do? Maybe that's why they're not doing anything. I mean, what else could they do to Black Ops 6 for the Pro version? I don't know. Maybe they could do I feel like, I think it was Black Ops Cold War that had 120 FPS mode, but they do a higher resolution. All right, well, let me ask you this. Do you think there's any chance that Microsoft is telling them not to? Like, the devs could do some enhancements for the Pro, but they're actually like going out of their way telling them, like, no, we're not doing that. Do you think that's a possibility? I mean, I feel like that's a bit conspiratorial, but I don't know. $8K 120 Ultra. Saying the ports they've done already run better on PS5 than the Series X. Maybe Sony doesn't want Xbox to have a Pro to send to their studios. No, I doubt that. I mean, well, yeah, it could be maybe they're late. That would be a really weird situation if maybe Microsoft Studios are very late to getting Yeah, I don't know. It's a weird situation. Maybe they don't want Microsoft developers to like reverse engineer PSSR or something. They already have them. That's what I would assume, that they probably already have them. It would be kind of weird if they didn't. Gaming Survivor says they're going to reverse engineer the pissing process. There you go. Gaming Survivor's always there. He knows just what to say. He knows just how to word things. As of right now, I have not heard anything on PS5 Pro enhancements for Silent Hill 2 Remake, which is a bit disappointing, I'm going to be honest. I'm going to be honest with you. That is a bit disappointing, but we'll see what happens with Microsoft. I mean, they were just at TGS, and that seemed pretty low key. I guess the next time we could really hear from Microsoft in a more meaningful way is maybe around the same time as Sony at the Game Awards. That'll be interesting. But I do want to cover one other set of topics before we wrap this stream up, and it has to do with poor old Ubisoft. So I'm going to read 3 things back to back, okay? First, Star Wars Outlaws. In hindsight, Ubisoft should have delayed Assassin's Creed Shadows earlier and pushed Star Wars Outlaws into the Open Worlders November release slot. That would have given both teams plenty of time to polish up their titles, and perhaps we'd be looking at a less dire situation for the French publisher. Still, the damage has been done, and now comes the recovery mission. After a soft launch, the firm said it's committed to growing Star Wars Outlaws sales through the holiday period, and thus it has released a roadmap of upcoming fixes. The first update, due October 3rd, will crush a bunch of bugs, while its October 24th patch will incorporate various quality of life improvements. Then comes the big one. November 21st, we'll see the release's first major expansion, Wildcard, deploy. It'll also add free contracts and is making sweeping changes to the combat and stealth. That's just before Black Friday, by the way, so expect some absolutely enormous discounts on Ubisoft as Ubisoft seeks to boost the title's disappointing sales. And what I do want to point out here is this comes way of Ubisoft CEO Yves Guillemot, who basically was telling shareholders that the game sold, that being Star Wars Outlaws, it sold softer than they were expecting. It clearly underperformed, and they seemed to believe that a major reason it underperformed was because it wasn't ready. Surprise, surprise, it was undercooked. I think there's more reasons to that. I also want to point this out, and this is very interesting. Apparently, in Ubisoft's investor report or whatever, they specifically acknowledged that they do not align with an agenda. I thought that was pretty funny to point out, because a lot of people were absolutely destroying Star Wars Outlaws because they're like, or not just Star Wars Outlaws, but Assassin's Creed as well, Shadows. And they actually went out of their way where they were like, we do not align ourselves with any specific agenda. And it's very interesting to me to note that we are now seeing CEOs of these companies straight up like having to acknowledge this to their shareholders. But yeah, so that's what they had to say about Star Wars Outlaws. Then we have X Defiant. Ubisoft is going through something of a sticky patch with Assassin's Creed Shadows getting delayed and Star Wars Outlaws underperforming. Now, boss Yves Guillemot has admitted that many suspected, first-person shooter X Defiant is also falling short of the publisher's expectations. Speaking as part of an investors meeting, they said, "We had behind expectations for X Defiant, which will give you a bit more detail at the end of October, to a much lesser extent than Star Wars Outlaws, with a limited impact on a lower expectation for X Defiant." Ubisoft previously said X Defiant was off to an encouraging start, but there had been reports the game had been struggling to maintain its players. Insider Gaming claimed the development team had until the end of Season 3 to turn things around, but in a subsequent statement, it said the title is, quote, absolutely not dying, end quote. It seems that the big challenge for Ubisoft is getting players to open their wallets, as while there's been an uptick in players with recent updates, very few are coughing up their cash. As a free-to-play shooter, player retention is a big deal, but it means little if they aren't actually spending any money. So Ubisoft straight up saying the game is not dying, bro. But the reality seems to indicate that if they can't get players to spend money on the game will die because it needs money to be able to operate and to run. And we are seeing with X Defiant, we are seeing the risk of going free to play. Yes, you can get people in the door. Yes, you can get a lot of people in there and get a high player base. Maybe you can even retain that player base with free content updates. But if those players are not spending money on your free to play game, your game is going to suffer the same fate that it would if players just didn't buy it because it's not making money. But then we have the big one here. Hang tight. I want to read the big one about Assassin's Creed. I swear, man, these cats can never decide if they want in or out. So, as we know, Assassin's Creed Shadows was abruptly delayed. Okay, Assassin's Creed Shadows was going to be the big holiday title, and I don't know, you guys can correct me. I don't recall a time when Assassin's Creed just got delayed like this. I know that there was like a year or two where they took a break, but I don't recall a game ever just getting delayed out of the holiday season. But a lot of people were trying to figure out, like, you know, what was the cause of this? Why did they delay Assassin's Creed Shadows? They had to provide a major update to collector's edition pre-orders. People bought the more expensive edition of the game to get early access to it. Now that's being removed. And in return, they're getting like the first expansion for free. And it's even more it's made even more interesting by the fact that this game was going to be up for previews, by the way, like in people's hands to play at Tokyo Game Show, and they pulled it at the last minute. So we have what is going on? We have a insider that goes by PH Brazil explaining apparently why Assassin's Creed Shadows was delayed. And according to them, it's because it was a buggy mess. So according to PH Brazil, a source inside Ubisoft, I guess, spoke to him and said the decision to delay Assassin's Creed Shadows was because the game is, quote, a complete bugged mess, end quote. So there are bullet points here. Bullet point number 1 says the decision to delay was also influenced by the terrible sales of Star Wars Outlaws. They were expecting the game to be huge. So again, we're hearing Star Wars Outlaws. It seems like Star Wars Outlaws basically spooked the shit out of Ubisoft, where Ubisoft seems to have been operating, to nobody's surprise, under this mindset of, we'll just release it now and fix it later. Okay? We'll just release it now and fix it later, and no big deal, you know? But now, with a game like Star Wars Outlaws, I don't think that was the only reason it sold poorly, but it had a lot of issues. It still does have a lot of issues, and it was clearly undercooked. And this seems to have been the necessary sales disaster for Ubisoft to basically get their head out of their ass and be like, oh shit, it turns out we might actually need to, I don't know, finish our games before we release them and ask people for money. So Star Wars Outlaws apparently sold pretty terrible, and it scared the shit out of Ubisoft. The second bullet point here is after recent titles underperforming, like Outlaws, they weren't feeling safe to release a buggy Assassin's Creed game anymore, like they did with previous titles in the past, like Origins and Unity. The third bullet point says Ubisoft is expecting the game to sell 10 million plus units, like previous mainline titles. The fourth bullet point says Ubisoft is internally feeling confident with the game's overall quality, minus the bugs, based on internal playing and previews. The fifth bullet point says overall sentiment inside of Ubisoft is fear their next games are going to keep flopping. And then the next bullet point says Splinter Cell Remake has been internally delayed and it's in pretty bad shape with no release window. Ubisoft was planning to release Splinter Cell Blacklist Remastered in 2024. The announcement would have been in July. So, yeah, man, it seems like Ubisoft is basically in shambles. I mean, I don't. My read on this is that I think we've reached. People talk about a video game crash coming, and I kind of laugh a little bit when people say that because it's like I think you're right. A crash is happening, and a crash is occurring right before our very eyes, but it's not in the way that people think. When people hear video game crash, they immediately think back to like 1983. When like literally the entire video game industry, collapsed in on itself and it was like complete reboot and Nintendo had to basically save it. No, that's not what this is. The crash that we are witnessing is the type that occurs when an industry becomes too big to fail, right? Where the industry is not going to be completely reset. You're not going to see every sector and every corner of the video game industry all collapse at one time. But what you are going to see are the things that led to this point. You're going to see those things collapse and you're going to see those things fail. And there might be a lot of them. And there will be a lot of things resetting. And Ubisoft, they're one of them. Ubisoft's approach to this, to just AAA gaming in general has been problematic for many, many years. And they very clearly took the approach of, it's fine. We'll release it now. We'll figure it out later. And some shit did work out for them, but it turns out that the flaw, the inherent flaw that Ubisoft decided to continue to allow to manifest within their studios and their business practice is just this idea that like we don't need to finish our games. Like we can continue to ask for full price and we can continue to demand our developers to hit these deadlines and we can continue to just release these games and yeah, I mean, there is the whole culture war side of it where, Star Wars is a fucking nightmare in general. Like I'm not even going to dive into that cesspool, but yeah, Star Wars is a nightmare and Disney and whatnot. So there's that. It's like I've said this before and I'll just say it again. It's like when I look at Star Wars Outlaws, it's like, guys, I don't care. Like I don't give a flying fuck about Star Wars anymore. I'm going to be real with you. I just don't care. I don't give a shit that you're choosing a female protagonist. But what's a little weak about Star Wars Outlaws is like, it's not the female protagonist. At least I don't think it's the female protagonist. I don't even think it's the way she looks. People were making fun of how she looks. They made her intentionally ugly. I don't give a shit about any of that. What I'm wondering is why are you making her Han Solo when you could just make it Han Solo? Like, this is where I genuinely fucking wonder, like, do people, like, is there like some kind of internal, is this like some kind of inside job where it's like, we want to try to destroy these companies from the inside out, where it's like, who the fuck decided that, you know what, like, we shouldn't make the most amount of money here, guys. We have literally the easiest possible win in front of us. We have the easiest possible win in front of us. And it's just make a Han Solo open world game. People will fucking love it. Everybody will lose their minds. Everybody will buy. I would have bought that. I'm not even the biggest Star Wars fan, but yeah, I've always liked Han Solo. Give me a Han Solo game. And it's literally 2 + 2 = 4 logic here. That's how simple it is. And I say this because we're talking about Star Wars. Like, that's the whole thing, dude. If they want to approach it where it's like, we need to sell 10 million plus games. Like, we need to guarantee this game makes its money back. It's like, that's fine. That's fine. But here's how you do it. And I understand it's like, well, no, that's not fun. Like, we need new characters. We need new this. And so that's like, listen, taking the concept of the first open world Star Wars game, like that alone should have been a winner. That alone should have been a winner, man. And I don't know, man. I just wish that people would kind of, I'm not saying they should make decisions out of fear, but it's like, if this is what it's going to lead to, you have a good reason to be scared. If it's people are going to start losing their fucking jobs because the market said no thanks, you need to be smart about it. Where it's like, listen, Star Wars is a very established franchise, and there's a lot. Here's the thing about Star Wars. There's a shit ton of consternation, a lot of fans that are like very much getting fed up, and you could use a win right now. And the easiest fucking win right there. This is it. First open world Star Wars game set between, when did they say it was between the classic trilogy? It was sometime between there. Make it a Han Solo game. That's it. That's it. You win. Ubisoft, congratulations. You just guaranteed 10 million plus sales. That's it. That's all you have to do. That's all you have to do. And the reason why it makes sense to do that is because that's fine. I know you want new characters. I know you want to do this, you want to do that, but you know what? Look at things from a fucking zoomed out perspective. Get some perspective. People are fed up with Disney's poor decision making year after year after year with Star Wars. Just give them this win. Like, everybody wins. That's what I don't get, is it's just like literally everybody wins here. The fans win, the shareholders win, Disney wins, Ubisoft wins. Nobody loses. But I don't know. I get it. They bet on this notion that no, we're gonna make this character basic. And to be fair, it doesn't fucking matter. Again, I want to make it clear, because I saw that it doesn't matter that this main character is female. It could have been some dude. It's like, it's Han. Like if it was a dude, it would have been even more. Like, wow, that's literally Han Solo, bro. Like, but you're not calling him Han Solo. What are you doing? And this is the shit that I don't understand. Where it's like, it's the same thing over and over again, where too frequently people mistake, well, we gotta be more diverse, and we gotta change it up. They mistake that with what you're doing is you're taking all the traits of an already established character and transplanting them onto this new character and saying, please enjoy our new character. And that freaks people out, because it's like, whoa, hold on. Why? Like, this character isn't unique at all. Like, this character has no unique personality traits. This character is not different. This is literally, like, you just made female Han Solo. And that's annoying, because we would really just we're not asking for that. Now, if they actually did their job and made a genuinely interesting, different, unique character that didn't make people immediately think that's Han Solo, bro. Like, that's female Han Solo. If people point to your character and say that's female Han Solo, you automatically failed. You automatically failed. It's frustrating, because it's like, you know what? Fuck them. I'm going to be honest. I don't feel sorry. I just don't, because it's like, if you're stupid, you're saying, isn't this the same argument people are making for Ghost of Tsushima too? Well, no, because Jin Sakai is nowhere near the level of Han Solo. You see what I'm saying? And the Ghost series it's not even a series yet. There's only been one product in the Ghost franchise. I think it would be extremely disingenuous to try to compare Ghost to Star Wars. You know what I mean? Like if we were like 10 games into Ghost and Jin Sakai basically reached the level of like he's like the Han Solo in the universe, then I would say, yeah, we need to have a conversation about that. But this is where I think it's just different, where it's like there's nothing wrong, in my opinion, with a company deciding that, look, this franchise that was made in the fucking 70s and has like lifetime fans. Like, I just don't understand why these companies don't want their money, bro. Like, I don't understand. I know that there's this like sense of urgency where it's like, we got to make new fans, but it's like, you will. Let it happen over time, dude. Like, it will happen naturally, but you can't, I don't know. In my opinion, if it becomes forced in something that's been established for like decades and generations, it's like, I don't know. I'm not, here's another thing I'll say. I'll say that if they want to, if it was like an imperative for them, it's like, no, we need a new character. Like for this open world Star Wars game, we need a new character. I feel like you got to do better than this, man. That's all. I just feel like if everybody universally comes out and is like, we don't like this character, dude. And the reason being is because we heard the dialogue, we saw the 15-minute gameplay demo, and we got a feel for who this character is. And everybody's like, this ain't it. That's when I feel like, I'm just saying, if it was me, like if it was my ass on the line, I would sit there and be like, oh my God, why didn't we just make a Han Solo game? I would genuinely be like shitting myself, being like, why didn't we just do that? You know, like we could have avoided all of this. We could have avoided disaster, bro. And that's all. Like, and I feel like that's different where it's like, I'm not convinced at all that Ghost 2 will fail because it has a new protagonist, and that protagonist is not Jin Sakai. Now, listen, if when we play Ghost of Yotei, if we play that and the character is so unbelievably, unbearably annoying and just terribly written and like, what did you do? Then we'll talk. And I will be sitting here saying the same thing where it's like, guys, you instead of just putting Jin back in the saddle, you wrote a horrible character that nobody likes now. What are you doing? How does that even happen? But I don't know, man. I don't feel really that sorry for Ubisoft, because it's just like, I feel like there are just some decisions that are being made for no good reason that are genuinely hurting the company. And that's what I just can't understand. Like, even when you look at Assassin's Creed Shadows, like, I know a big thing with Assassin's Creed was like, they made, it's a black samurai and whatnot. And I mean, look, man, I know he's based in like history. I get it. To me, this is just one of those things where it's like, guys, this, like, people are going on crusades against this game. And if I was like in charge of people's livelihoods and I had to make like top executive decisions where it's like the difference in the decision I make right now is the difference between people getting laid off and losing their jobs or people making money and running a smooth, healthy business. This is where I would not even fucking entertain the idea. I'd be like, no. Like, why? Why would we do that? What is the point of doing that? And people may say, well, that's racist. It's like, no, dude, that's me looking out for our fucking bottom line. So that way we don't suffer layoffs and people, you know what I mean? Because you know what I'll tell you? The people online, and this is something I will say that is absolutely true, and why these businesses need to always be careful, where it's like, listen, at the end of the day, ethics, morals, these are all fine, well, and good, and we need them. We do. But at the end of the day, man, the people who are screeching online, they're not going to fucking pay your bills. So if you're going to, like, and that goes both ways, by the way, that goes both ways. So I'm just saying, like, if you're the executive of a company, be very careful who, if at all, if you decide you need to pander to any which way or any group, whatever, if you decide you're going to do that, be very careful, because when the shit goes south, those people are not going to be there to pay your bills. They're not going to be there to make sure your stock isn't plummeting. And that's why I just say, it's like, you have to, this is what I'm saying, people need to think more critically when they make these decisions. Where I'm going to be brutally honest right now, man, where it's like, if you're in a board meeting and it's like, all right, the first Assassin's Creed game set in feudal Japan. Okay. We got a winner on our hands. We're going to have 2 playable protagonists. Okay. All right. This is good. This is good. Options. 1 male, 1 female. Okay. All right. And the male's going to be an African-American samurai. You know? And it's like, whoa, hold on. Why are we going that direction? Oh, no, he's based in history. And it's like, oh, yeah, that's okay. Yeah, that works. But it's just like, it's, what was the point in having Tom Cruise as a samurai? Same problem, bro. Like, what? I don't know. We should have Tom Cruise starring in Assassin's Creed Shadows. It's a skin you can buy, bro. The Last Samurai skin. But I'm just saying, it's like, even if it's like, yes, he's based in history, this was a real person recorded in history, I'm just thinking from the perspective, I'm just thinking from a business perspective, I already know, like, this is gonna cause a PR shitstorm, isn't it? Yeah, it is. Do you think this could hurt sales? I don't know. Make that decision at your own risk. That's all. You know what I'm saying? Like, what's the alternative? What is the alternative? The alternative is we make a game set in feudal Japan where you can choose to play as a male or female protagonist, and they're both Japanese. That's the alternative. What the fuck is wrong with that alternative? I just need somebody to tell me what's wrong with that alternative. Because if I was again, speaking from the, if it was my ass on the line, I'm genuinely going to have to sit in that board meeting or talk to these development teams and say, I need you to tell me what's wrong with the alternative. Because I don't see anything wrong. I see this as a win-win-win all around. But I don't know, man. I don't know. Sometimes these decisions are made, I would say, too earnestly, with too much confidence. And I think that's probably the downfall, where it's like, you know, I don't know, man. I just look at Ubisoft and what's going on with Ubisoft, and I just think there's nothing wrong with making some poor decisions. Sometimes it happens. Everybody's got to step on the rake once or twice. But it's just when you're just every step you're taking, rake. And then before you know it, it's like, guys, our company is crumbling and we're not making any money and everybody hates us and people are going to get laid off now and we don't know what to do. And I think the board of Ubisoft is trying to, like, I don't know, they're trying to do something. I just think that at some point, somebody's got to just watch, like, somebody has to be an adult and make it shouldn't be a hard decision, and just think what's going to make us the most money and what's going to make the most amount of people happy while simultaneously making us the most money. And this is not a difficult thing. This is not a difficult thing to do, you know? In my opinion, like, it's not nearly as it's not like brain surgery. You know, it's really not that difficult to figure out what should we do. I don't know. Maybe it's just me, but you're saying that people outraged that a Black Samurai is a sliver of the gaming community. I mean, I do agree that most people probably don't care. At least I would assume most people, because even me, like, I'll tell you right now, my disinterest in Assassin's Creed Shadows has nothing to do with that. I'm just speaking from a more practical, like, if you guys are desperate for sales here and you're desperate to make sure that you don't have any potential, you know, drama around your game, I don't know that. I feel like, again, Ubisoft is just going in the opposite direction. Where it's like, how do we create the most drama around our game? It's like, well, you could do that, and that's fine. And if that's driven by ethics and morals and feeling like you're making the right decision, that's fine. But just keep in mind, like, it might not make you the most money. And I can respect that. I can respect it. Like, if you want to go in that direction and you're okay not making the most money. But when you see these reports come out where Ubisoft is like, I think we're dying. It's like, all right, you got to make some smart decisions going forward now, like some smarter decisions. But for me, Assassin's Creed Shadows, well, I'll be honest with you, I've never been too into Assassin's Creed at all. Like, it's just never really appealed to me. But I don't know, man. It just, I don't know. I like, for me, when it comes to Ubisoft, as I'll be just totally honest, when it comes to Ubisoft as a whole, they haven't really captured my attention or interest in a long time. Like, the only thing I would say in recent memory that I really have cared about is like Far Cry. And you got to just sit here and wonder, like, what are they going to do to fuck that up now? You know? Where, like, the last thing I heard, and I don't know if the rumor's true, but the last thing I heard is they're basically trying to turn Far Cry into a live service game. And I'm like, there you go. Like, you just, it's right there. It's right. Like, it's just, how about somebody says, wait, hold on. Maybe we don't fucking do that. Ubisoft, I'm giving that one to you for free. Don't turn Far Cry. Don't turn that game into a live service. You don't need to do that. You think it would be great as a live service? I don't know, man. I don't know. Well, all right. I do kind of understand where, like, maybe people are like, we're tired of the same, you know, it's all about the main villain and you're on an island and you're doing all this shit, doing the towers. I get how maybe it's a bit too rinse and repeat, but I don't know. I guess what I'm trying to say is, if your idea of innovating in the space is, but what if we make it live service? I'm going to have to tell you, maybe go back to the drawing board. Because there's got to be, like, because the whole idea of turning into a live service, to me, doesn't change any of that. It's just, but what if we could just do that with a battle pass? You know what I mean? Well, I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong on that one, but I don't know. I do like Far Cry, and I'm like, Ubisoft, I got an easy win for you. You want some money? You want to make some money real quick? Announce Rainbow Six Vegas 3. Boom. Boom. I just made you some money. I'm going to have to change the title and thumbnail of this stream, by the way, because I meant to talk about developers talking about the PS5 Pro, but I might have to save that for tomorrow or something. Rashtom, you're saying Assassin's Creed always deviated from world history. If this woke thing wasn't a thing, how it is now, it would be no issue. The story/gameplay needs to do the talking. I do agree with that. At the end of the day, I do agree. Like, we need to see, the game needs to speak for itself, and it's fine that they deviate from world history, you know? And I just realized I missed what B Flesher and Perfect Image said. I'm going to read that in just a moment. My apologies. I agree. But I just feel like maybe it's the timing of it all, you know? And that's another thing that I think needs to be said, where, not to throw it up again, but when we talk about Concord, like I said earlier, that Concord failed for like a multitude of reasons. But another main driving factor why Concord failed was timing. It was, because think about it. Like, what were so many people saying about Concord when we first saw it? And it was like, I mean, the actual gameplay, and people were like, bro, why? Guys, you're like 7 or 8 years late here. And you're not even free to play. You know what I mean? So it is one of these things where I have seen some people say that Ubisoft, they should have capitalized on the idea of going to feudal Japan like years ago. And a lot of people were saying that, actually. They were saying like, bro, while you were busy not going to feudal Japan, games like Ghost of Tsushima came out and have been out. And now we're at a point where we're getting a sequel to that. And you're just now going to feudal Japan. And so it's one of these things where I think there was a point in time where if Assassin's Creed Shadows, maybe if it came out, if it was getting ready to come out like 5-6 years ago, maybe people would have felt a lot different about it, you know? Because there is something to be said about just the idea of like, are people just overall, I don't know. I don't say they're tired of Assassin's Creed, but if you look at the reason why they delayed it, it's like, yeah, it's a buggy fucking mess. It's like, well, I could see people getting tired of buggy, broken releases of the, you know, of these games. I don't know. I'm not trying to, I know I'm maybe oversimplifying everything. And I've been talking for over 4 hours, so it doesn't surprise me. But I guess I'm just trying to say that Ubisoft, listen, and this is the same exact advice I would give any video game company that is finding that they're struggling and they are, you know, they're not meeting sales expectations and their sales are falling and they're losing money. My recommendation would be you really need to go back to the basics. It's not, I don't think it's anything overly complex. Like, people do like these products, generally speaking. Like, people want an open world Star Wars game. People do want more Assassin's Creed. People do want more Far Cry. You know, I don't know what to say about X Defiant. I'll be honest. Like, I don't know that you can salvage X Defiant if you can't get people to buy products in that game, to pay, you know, shell out any money for that game. I don't know how you're going to. Maybe the biggest mistake was making X Defiant free to play. And that's a mistake I don't know that you can undo if it's that devastating. But I just think you got to go back. You got to go back to the basics a little bit. Not entirely. I'm not saying make games like it's 2005 again. I'm not saying that. I'm just saying, like, again, just think a little bit more deeply about the decisions that go behind that you know, are behind some of these games, where it's like, really think, like, is this the best way to extract the most success from this product? Like, is this like, out of all the different options you have in front of you? And that's the important thing. Evaluate your options. Is this the best way? Because one thing I will say is this, and this is where I think Ghost of Yotei should be brought up. I saw somebody leave a comment. I think this was on PlayStation's official Twitter account yesterday. And they said something along the lines of, and I'm paraphrasing, that the easiest marketing plan for this game simply would have been a sequel to Ghost of Tsushima starring Jin Sakai. That's the safest bet. That's all you had to do. And I will say that that is a true statement, where if you want guaranteed, and I need to underline the word guaranteed, like it is absolutely imperative this game sells just as good as the first one. That's what you do. That is the easiest. Like if you're looking at options, what's the least risky path, least risky option to do it, to get to that success? That would be the way to do it. Yes, even I can admit that sticking with Jin Sakai, doing a direct sequel, does it run it has its own set of risks? Does it run the risk of becoming too contrived and getting too repetitive? Yes. But if you want the people, everybody who played Ghost of Tsushima and said they liked it, if you want to guarantee you're going to get them back no matter what the second time, that's what you do. But that's where I feel like when we evaluate these options, I just think that some carry much more risk alongside them than others. Where in the case of Ghost, it's like I said, it's like, well, how many games have you made starring Jin Sakai? Just one. Okay. How many Ghost games have you made? Oh, just one. Oh, okay. All right. Then maybe going in a different direction, it is somewhat risky, but it's not nearly as risky as it would be if you're like 3 or 4 games deep and now you're deciding you're going to deviate. You know what I mean? So I just think it just, you have to, if you're making these decisions that involve big money, big business, and people's livelihoods, truthfully, I just feel like you got to be able to think a little bit more critically and holistically and like, is this really the best option? Because every option has its risk. There's always some risk involved. And sometimes it's disappointing if a company decides to take the safest path forward, the least risk adverse, where it's like, man, well, that just gets kind of boring. And I agree with that. But I don't know, man. In the case of Ubisoft, I'm going to be real. Chill. Like, chill. Make some, just make better choices, man. Easier ones. Yeah, at the rate things are going, you're saying Sucker Punch wants to turn the Ghost franchise into Assassin's Creed like. So this will be the last thing I say, and we'll wrap this up. And really quick, B Flesher, you're saying people in general seem to be getting much better at coming together and boycotting. It's going to result in far better products. FOMO is finally losing. I mean, yes and no. Well, yeah, generally speaking, I would say, yeah, you're right. Like, people are becoming better at just learning how to properly boycott stuff. But I think where things get messy or difficult to discern is like evaluating it, right? Like, oh yeah, that's going to actually succeed. Like, the boycott is going to succeed. So like for Concord, again, I apologize. I keep throwing this game up because I know people are tired of hearing it. But again, like, everybody was like, bro, we're not buying this. And Sony was like, bet. And Sony fucking lost. They were like, we're still releasing it anyway for $40. And everybody was like, all right, we tried to tell you. And Sony fucking found out. They're like, oh my God. They weren't kidding. Like, nobody's buying it. And so they found out that, like, that was real. But things that aren't real, I would say the amount of things that are not real, like as in there is an attempt to boycott by a certain group, but it's like you're not, you got to pick and choose your battles. You're going to lose this one. The PS5 Pro is a good example. Like, there were definitely people I saw, they were like trying to boycott the PS5 Pro. It's like, you're not, like, I get it, but this is not going to work. Like, you should save the energy for something else because this is going to succeed because it's not imposing in any way as of right now. It's not imposing. It's non-consequential. It's just an option. And I would hope there aren't people trying to boycott Ghost, but that's another one that will lose. And I would tell, if somebody was saying I'm going to boycott, I think we should boycott Ghost of Yotei. I'm going to explain to them very thoroughly why you're going to lose that boycott. Like, that's not going to work. And it's not FOMO. It's because if you were to remove your emotion or your bias or whatever it might be, watch that trailer and just be as objective as possible. And then try to list reasons based off of that trailer that the customer will witness. Make a list of reasons as to why you should boycott it. Just based off the trailer. And the trailer alone. And let's see how many reasons you come up with. And that list would be paltry. It would be almost non-existent. And that right there is why you're going to lose. And you shouldn't even bother. To whereas if you were to... Again, I'm so sorry, Concord. I know we're just like beating this corpse, but if I were to ask somebody to watch the first gameplay trailer, or even the first CGI trailer, but the first gameplay trailer, and ask them to make a list of reasons why you should boycott this game, you would have not the longest list in the world, but you'd have a few probably very like, oh yeah, that's a pretty strong, compelling reason to maybe consider not buying this product, and that list is easily like 5, 6, 7 bullet points long. And that's, I think, a good way of kind of viewing it, right? Because I saw somebody in the chat, they were saying like, there's a lot of grifters who capitalize on the idea of boycotting and getting mad at stuff. And we always got to find the next thing to be mad at and tell people to rally against. And that's absolutely true. And that's what muddies the water. And you got to be smart enough to be able to see through that shit where, if you're being serious about trying to, shape the industry and kind of like get a more balanced power scale, I guess you could say, you need to be able to realize that there are absolutely people where they're going to try to tell you that like, oh yeah, this is something definitely we need to be upset about and really freak out about. And at the end of the day, like, it's not going to change anything. And then they're going to be like, no, now here's the new thing today. And it's just like, all right, well, pick and choose your battles. Pick and choose your battles. Perfect Image, you're saying if Ghost didn't exist, all these games wouldn't come. I don't know. I don't know if I agree with that entirely, Perfect Image. Do you think you have any bias towards Ghost 2, as you've suggested for many years? Ghost 2 is your most anticipated game? I mean, I would say yes. Yeah, for sure. Like, there's this automatic expectation, but I guess at that point, if I was engaged in a conversation with somebody who is opposed to Ghost 2, right? I think I'm just going to start calling it Ghost 2. I would have to ask them, like, precisely what is making them feel like they're no longer excited for this game. Because when I was conceptualizing in my head, like, what Ghost 2 could be, I have to say that this trailer we saw for Ghost 2 checks off, like, almost all of those boxes, And that's why I would say, like, while there is a bias there, I feel like that it doesn't necessarily, if anything, I would say that bias maybe is what would make it easier for me to turn on the game, if that makes sense. Like, again, it reminds me of The Last of Us 2, where I had this extreme bias where I'm like, I am so fucking stoked for The Last of Us Part 2. Nothing could ever stop this game from being one of my favorite games of all time. And Naughty Dog said, hold my beer. And it was that intense, it was that bias of like, yes, this is going to be the best. Did it make me overreact? Well, you tell me. You tell me, because while I could say maybe I did overreact because of how high my expectations were and how strong my bias was, therefore the snapback was just so bad, way worse than it would have been otherwise if I was just like, you know. Sorry, it sounded like somebody was outside my house. Uh-oh. But that's why I'm going to ask you guys to answer that. Like, do you think it was an overreaction? Because I want to just point out, look at how everyone was reacting at that time. Not just me. Look at, everybody who was involved in that conversation. My question is, was anybody not potentially overreacting? Was anybody not? And I would say very few people were not overreacting. But, I've calmed down on it and I've learned. I will say the Last of Us Part 2 situation was a learning. I don't think we've ever seen anything quite like that, and I don't know that we ever will. I mean, that was wild. And I think that there's a lot to be learned from that type of scenario playing out. Earthspank, you're saying, I don't watch the hate channels anymore. Lack of creativity. Yeah, I can't either, man. Like, I try to find some channels of people who are being critical, but again, not just straight up trying to hate on something. And I find that to be much better, because I do see these channels pop up where it's just every fucking video is like, oh my God. I'm just not even kidding when I say, like, dude, how do you wake up in the morning? You have to be on antidepressants, like very strong ones. Or something, because and being on that medication is like literally because of what you're doing every day, because it's so fucking miserable. It's like, how, like, when you were a kid, is this what you thought you were gonna do? You were gonna grow up and this is just what you were gonna do for a living, and I know things don't work out the way people expect, but geez, man, saying they make money from it all, that's all it takes. Yeah, no, you're right, man, you're right. It's disturbing. Well, the leak hurt it and made it easier to overreact. Yeah. Well, I don't know, man. The gaming industry is it's a complex beast. It is. MBG, you have hater channels? MBG, one of your channel's biggest appeals is you call balls and strikes as honestly as you can for the most part. Well, I appreciate that. I try. Like, I'm never going to have 100%, track record. And I understand that there are a lot of my takes that people are like, oh my God, bro. Like, people falling out of their chairs, like, ain't no way. And I get that. But I've kind of just, one of the things I've tried really hard to do these days, and it is hard, is to understand that it's better to try to be accepting of people's different, like, when I say different opinions, I'm talking about, like, the intense ones, the ones where, like, clearly people are passionate, but the thing that becomes so hard to do in this day and age on the internet is to differentiate, like, is this person genuine? Like, is this really coming from the heart? Like, do they really feel this way? Or is this just, you're just trying to get a reaction? You're just trying to get attention. Again, it's just like the bait. Are you baiting people? And that's, I have to say, more than anything in today's day and age, it has become almost impossible to differentiate that. And you gotta like, I mean, I guess that really the only way you could possibly figure that out is if you listen to somebody long enough. If you listen to somebody long enough, if you follow somebody long enough, you'll know. Like, you'll eventually know, like, oh no, this is just an act. You know, this is just a show. Versus, oh no, this is how this person really feels. Like, this is real. Like, this is coming from a genuine place. And to be fair, I'm not even saying it's a bad, like, I'm not saying people can't come to the internet and act and put on a mask and be somebody else. You can. And that's perfectly fine. And a lot of people do that. You know, have a character, have a persona, whatever. But the problem is when people do that while claiming that, no, this is who I really am. And that's where shit gets really murky. And that's why I just don't really engage anymore. Like with people outside of my chat, like I try not to, because I just never know. Like I see responses on Twitter to shit all the time, but I'm just like, but is that real? Like I know, like maybe a real person typed it out, but I was like, is that really you? How would I ever know? You know, I don't know. Delwyn Jones coming in with another super chat. Thank you so much. Saying, I love how Delwyn this whole time, he's just like, man, I can't stop thinking about Guerrilla Games and Death Stranding 2 and that Decima engine, baby. This whole time, like, he's just like literally sitting there thinking about it. Like, I can't wait. I can't wait to type out my next super chat, baby. I appreciate it, man. You're saying Guerrilla's cooking on Horizon multiplayer in a few years. If you remember, PlayStation has been wanting to open up mobile games to PlayStation. So I wonder if Horizon multiplayer could be coming as a mobile game and to PS5 as well. Guerrilla knows what to do. They have a multiplayer history with Killzone. You're absolutely right. And that's another reason why I do want to give Guerrilla the benefit of the doubt, because they've at least earned that in this respect, where Guerrilla has many years of experience with multiplayer. I don't know that they had the same developers there necessarily that worked on Killzone, but they do have that history within the studio. So it's like, yeah, if there's a studio that I would have a little bit more faith in being able to make a proper, well-playing, functioning multiplayer game, it would probably be Guerrilla. But I do think there's going to be a mobile version of this. I don't know if it's going to be, I don't know. I mean, I said that the art style kind of reminded me of Genshin Impact, and I think that might be why. You know, like, oh, the reason why we're not going with the like kind of photorealistic, amazing cutting edge graphical fidelity for this Horizon multiplayer game is actually because it's supposed to work on PS5, PC, and mobile. And we need it to be seamless. That would actually perfectly explain why they would choose that type of art style. But, oh man, we're over 4.5 hours. Guys, 2-minute warning. 2-minute warning, okay? I did not. Dude, yeah, that's crazy. Gaming Survivor, yeah, you're saying this donation is so big it's going to stay pinned until the afterlife. Bro, we've been streaming for 4.5 hours, and he dropped that donation at like in the first like 15 minutes of the stream, and it's still up there, bro. Okay, you're saying one of the bigger disappointments for Ghost 2 is having to do another origin story. Was excited to see where Jin would go after all the world building. Yeah, I think that's a fair criticism or disappointment, as you point out. I think that's fair. I think it's kind of like a double-edged sword in a sense, because it's like, all right, yeah, we do have to start over, but I don't know. I will say that the one thing the Ghost 2 trailer didn't do, at least in my opinion, was give us a feel for this character at all. Like, I mean, to be fair, like this character could have been Jin. Like they could have put Jin in there, you know, and it would have added a whole new layer to, like, not new layer, but a familiar layer where like, oh, that's Jin. And it was kind of funny because I remember watching it live. I knew we were looking at Ghost of Tsushima, but I feel like within the first, I don't know, like couple seconds of seeing the character, like I immediately got the sense that, wait, I feel like that's not Jin. And as the trailer went on, I was like, oh yeah, that's definitely not Jin. That's a new character. And I do remember my initial reaction to that trailer, like literally live, was I remember asking at the end of that trailer, like, man, but where's my boy Jin? You know? So there's definitely this like I'm attached to the character of Jin, but once I kind of like learned more about what I was seeing, where it's like, no, this is like 300 years later, it's a new story, and the only thing I would be truly disappointed with at this point, and I think that like this would be a bit of a letdown for me, is I fully like my expectation is that for Ghost 2, at some point in the game, Jin's going to get referenced. And there's going to be this kind of like reverence shown towards him as like the first ever ghost. And I just think that that would be a really awesome thing to do, to a point where, yeah, like this notion that we're going to see a line, you know, in this new series of like just a new ghost. You're taking up the mantle of a new ghost every time, but there will always kind of be these like, because I was thinking like this game can feature callbacks to Jin. What about when we get to the 6th Ghost game, and then there's going to be callbacks to this character, and then callbacks to other characters, and like, you know, just all these kind of references and whatnot. And the big thing, that would be, see, now that's where you get into really interesting territory, a modern day Ghost, perhaps. Now that would be something, wouldn't it? See, that's what I mean. The one rule that Sucker Punch has seemingly made for themselves, the one rule they seemingly made is saying that'd be cringy. It could be cringy. I don't know. Would it be cringy? We'd have to see how they would handle it. But the one rule they seemingly have made for themselves is it's got to be based in Japan. I don't know if they would ever break that rule. I guess maybe they could. If they made it, they could break it, or they could change it. But the only rule seems to be that it's got to take place in Japan. And so it does make you wonder, like, how far back could they really go? Would they ever do modern day? I mean, think about it. If they're doing the 1600s right now, I mean, I'm not trying to like think too far ahead, but what would the third game be? Early 1900s? Do you go back? Do you go before? Could we find out? I mean, think about this. We think Jin was the first one. Maybe there was somebody before him, but nobody knew. I mean, think about how that could be. See, I don't know. That's getting risky, because it's like, wait, are we undermining Jin here? But I don't know. Just this idea that you go so far back. You go so far back into Japan's history that it's like, surely somebody did something similar to this. Maybe not on the same scale, but something similar, where it's like the real true first ghost, but was just completely forgotten about, you know? And then there could be, I don't know, there could, like, think about this shit, right? Imagine they go back to like, I don't know, well before Jin's time, and we play as the true first ghost. And then later in the game, there's a sequence. Now, like the end of the game, think about this. The end of this game is Ghost of Chicago. Yeah. The end of this game is suddenly you're playing an epilogue, and you're playing as Jin, but an older Jin. And you go on, and there's like this big mission you go on, like at the end of the game in this epilogue. And basically Jin discovers this ghost, right? The first person seemingly in history to like do something similar to what he did. And that's like think about how fucking cool that would be. I don't know. I've been talking for 4.5 hours. My brain is fried. I was just thinking, like, man, I know I said 2-minute warning, and it's been like 7 minutes. Ghost of Sparta. It's Kratos. Yeah. I don't know. I guess I'm just saying that the future of the Ghost series in this way, I think, opens up a lot of different possibilities. And I have no doubt that one of the things that you will see with the Ghost franchise in the future is a lot of a lot of different threads connecting to one another And they think that they could connect to each other in some really interesting ways, man. You know, like I don't believe, to be clear, like if they never want to go back to gin again, that's fine. Like I don't think that's a bad thing, because it's like you don't risk ruining it. But I just have this feeling that we're still just kind of watching the beginning of this new series and what it could end up doing potentially. But all right, guys, that's going to have to do it. I'm letting anybody right now. I'm segueing to my outro. If you want to drop any more donations, now is the time to do it. I don't want to see a donation come through as soon as I end the stream, because that always makes me feel really bad. So if you have something you want to donate, do it literally right now as you're hearing this, because this stream is going to be ending in the next 60 seconds as I segue. And thank you guys for all of your incredible support today. This was a long one. Tomorrow is my birthday officially, so I'll see if we can have an official birthday stream coming up tomorrow. All right. Hang out for a little bit. Maybe we could just do that. It could literally just be a hangout stream. I don't know. I'll think about it. But I just want to seriously thank everybody for the incredible support. I mean, I obviously got to give a special shout out to Oliver Opfer for dropping like a €500 donation, as well as 20 membership gifts. Absolutely insane, dude. Thank you so much for that. But I want to make sure to thank everybody else as well, because a lot of you guys did drop super chats. We had some direct donations. We're sitting at 51 members. It's been a huge day for the channel and for the stream and the community. So seriously, thank you guys so much. You know, you guys are the reason I can sit here for nearly 5 hours talking about Ghost of Yotei and bitching at Ubisoft and everything in between. So amazing community we have here. The only other thing I'm going to ask you guys to do as you're heading out is just hit that like button for me. See if we can hit 325 likes. I think we can easily. And yeah, I see you mentioning my chair. So I should have a new chair coming in. Actually, the shipment said it's coming in tomorrow. I don't know dude, I don't know what this chair is going to look like. I'm telling you right now. But I was like, dude, I can't do this. The chair I'm sitting in is like a $120 chair. Nothing high. I'm not saying that's like cheap, but it's not like a high-end chair. This chair is not meant to be sit in for like 3, 4, 5 hours at a time. My back is killing me anymore, dude. Like the more I stream, the more I sit here, and I'm just like, I need something. So I bought a new chair, and I'm like, it's gonna be, if I had to guess, it's gonna be pretty fucking big. It's just gonna come up to like here, but it looks so comfortable. I'm like, I need this. If I start falling asleep in my streams, bro, you'll know why. But I had to upgrade to something that I could sit in for longer periods of time without feeling like my back is being destroyed. So, all right, guys, that does it. Enjoy the rest of your Sunday. I need to go get some food because I'm starving. What brand? I don't even know, bro. All I know is it was relatively expensive and it looked super comfortable. And I'm like, and I read it was like, had a bunch of reviews on Amazon, and I was watching people doing the review videos on it. I hope it's good. If it's not good, I'm going to fucking return that shit. But all right, I'm out, guys. That does it. I'll catch you probably tomorrow. And yeah. All right. So enjoy the rest of your day. I'm going to go get some food. Take care, everyone. I'll catch you in the next one.